That Ellen gets this piece of paper.
Yes. Where is she?
I don't know.
Okay.
You don't have to do these anymore.
But it's not until 4.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This Tuesday, July 18th, 2023 meeting of the Lake Oswego City Council is now called to order. Ms. Linder, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Buck,
Here.
Councilors Wendland,
Here.
Councilor Mboop,
Here.
Councilor Verdick,
Here.
Raff,
Here.
Afghan,
Here.
and Councilor Corrigan will be joining us later.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Now, will you, everyone, please stand and join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we are going to start this evening by entering into executive session. Attorney Oswego, will you please read the legal parameters for us?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Buck. Members of the council, the Lake Oswego City Council will now meet in executive session for the purpose of conducting deliberations with persons designated by the governing body to negotiate real estate transactions and to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection. During executive session, we will be terminating the broadcast. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session, and representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision may be made in executive session, and at the end of executive session, we will return to open session for the public comment period.
Thank you, Ms. Hosnack. And with that, we will adjourn and reconvene in executive session. We're going to meet downstairs in the police conference room. Okay, we are back in order. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Next item on the agenda is public comment. If you are here to provide public comment and have not already done so, please fill out one of the white comment slips in the back of the room and hand it to Ms. Linder. When I call your name, please come forward. You have 3 minutes. There's indicator lights tracking your time, and we are glad for anyone that is here for public comment. First up is Mr. Bob Mulvihill. Mr. Mulvihill. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, I used to live in Lake Oswego for about 15 years or so, back in the 70s and 80s. And I moved to California. But when I was in California, I took up pickleball. And now I'm moving back to, my daughter lives here. And I've been somewhat dismayed to see what the pickleball situation is in Lake Oswego. Down in Newport Beach, where I lived, neighbors complained about the noise, and rightfully so. And the city ended up finding an alternative site and built courts and put in soundproofing, required soundproof balls or lower decibel balls and paddles, and it's been very successful. When I saw what the city of Newport, or what the city of Lake Oswego has done in closing down the George Rogers Park courts, I was dismayed. My opinion is that if you were doing your job properly, quite honestly, you would have been aware of the complaints from neighbors, you would have had a study done, and you would have had an alternative site for pickleball courts already determined prior to the time that you closed down the George Rogers Park courts. It's an important part of my life. The people that I play with, we're competitive, we get exercise, it's social. And I have to tell you that almost every time we leave the court, we say, thank heavens for pickleball. It's a wonderful sport. So I hope that you're going to do something, and I hope you're going to do it quickly, to get some pickleball courts here in public pickleball courts here in Lake Oswego for the people to use. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvihill. Appreciate you coming and sharing your perspective. Is there anyone else here who'd like to provide public comment? Okay. And with that, we are going to move on to the consent agenda. We have a lengthy list of items on the consent agenda, so please bear with me tonight. We'll be adopting item 6.1, which is our 2023 City Council Goals second quarter update. Item 6.2, which is Work Order 332, approving a design build contract for backup power at the Lake Oswego Tigard Water Partnership Facilities Project. Item 6.3, which approves the 2023 to 2024 Neighborhood Enhancement Program Grant Awards. Item 6.4, which is Ordinance 2932. This is a special ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lake Oswego amending Ordinance 2610, Section 2.b, to extend the term of the franchise to Portland General Electric Company to operate an electric light and power system until January 31st, 2024. Item 6.5, which is Resolution 23-27, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Lake Oswego initiating proceedings to withdraw territory consisting of 0.43 acres located at 5022 Upper Drive in the City of Lake Oswego from the Lake Grove Water District and authorizing the City Recorder to give notice of a public hearing, AN 23-0005. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you, Councilman. Second.
I second that.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you, Trudy.
Thank you. And aye from Councilor Boop.
Aye.
Thank you, Councilor Boop. Okay. Okay, now we move on to council business. We have for our consideration, Resolution 23-28. This is a resolution of the City Council affirming public necessity to acquire real property for the wastewater treatment project. Invite Director.
Can I suggest
yes.
that you put this agenda item on later in your agenda? Because I think there's some staff work
Tied
being happen in the hallway relative to that.
Absolutely. So we will come back to that. Is that good for everybody? Yes.
Can we do the hearings first and then come back to that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, then we have a series of public hearings. If you are here to testify for a public hearing, we do have blue forms on the back table if you would like to sign up to testify. Fill those out and pass to Ms. Linder. Our first public hearing tonight is on Resolution 23-33. It's a resolution of the City Council acting as the Lake Oswego Public Contracting Review Board pursuant to ORS 279A.060, making certain findings and approving an exemption from competitive bidding for the Rassekh Skatepark construction project and authorizing the city manager to execute the contract. We will start with a review of the hearing procedure by Attorney Oswego.
Thank you, Mayor Buck and members of the council. Now is the time set for a public hearing on Resolution 2333, as just described by the mayor. This is a public contracting policy decision, and it's within the discretion of City Council. And although it's discretionary, it also has to comply with the law, specifically the public contracting law, which is ORS 279A.055, as well as the administrative rule that explains that portion of the public contracting code, which is OAR 137-049-620 through 630. And so the public hearing process is going to begin with a presentation by staff, testimony that will then be received from the public if we have anyone that would like to testify or have signed up to testify. Individuals will be allowed 5 minutes. Recognized neighborhood associations, homeowners associations, government agencies, or other incorporated public interest organizations will be allowed up to 10 minutes. The time limits do not include any time taken up by questions from the Public Contracting Review Board, which is what the Lake Oswego City Council is sitting as right now. I need to ask at this point if there are any conflicts of interest from any of you at the dais.
No.
Seeing none, we'll have the staff report.
Okay, thank you. We have Ms. Hager, our Parks project manager for this project, joining us. Good evening, Ms. Hager.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Councilors. I'm here today to ask you to approve an exemption to the competitive bidding process for the construction of the skate park at Rassekh Park, and to authorize the city manager to execute a contract with California Skate Parks to complete that work. California Skate Parks also served as the design team for this skate park through a Sourcewell Interstate Cooperative Procurement Design Build Agreement, which was awarded in January 2022. However, due to Oregon state contracting law, we are unable to use that existing Sourcewell agreement to carry out the construction portion of this work. Awarding the contract to California Skate Parks will directly benefit the community in several ways, which I've outlined in my staff report. First, during the design process, they worked closely with a task force of local youth and adult skaters, neighbors, other community members to ensure that the facility that they have designed for us will meet the needs and the wants of our local skating community, be acceptable to our park neighbors, and that it will serve all ages, skill levels, abilities, and all wheels. They did an exceptional job, in my opinion, creating what is truly a one-of-a-kind design for us, which brings me to my second point. The construction of long-lasting custom concrete skate parks for municipal agencies requires the use of special techniques, particular free-form concrete mixes, in order to ensure a quality product and a skatable surface that is really both safe and durable and lasts for the duration that we want it to last. California Skate Parks provides specialized construction of these types of facilities and has been doing so for over 20 years, and they use a process that they have time tested. And the features that are in this design are things that were developed with those specific techniques in mind. In addition, California Skate Parks has been coordinating really closely over the last 2 years with the design team of Rassekh Park, who are designing and building the remainder of the infrastructure and the amenities that will be part of that park. And it's really important to the success of this park that that high level of coordination continue throughout the duration. They really have that background knowledge of the project that will be important for the success of this project. While the 7% Sourcewell member discount that was originally applied to that design build agreement in January 2022 will no longer be able to be used, the pricing that you see in the contract before you really reflects California Skate Park's commitment to both the city and to the stakeholders that they work with during the design process. The only other increase was reflects the increase in prevailing wage rates, which are established by the state of Oregon. So they've really provided for us a price that reflects their commitment to this project and getting it done for us in a way that is fiscally responsible by the city. And I also want to add that several weeks ago, when you approved the construction contract for the rest of Rassekh Park for Phase 1, the total project budget that I shared with you does reflect this updated price. So it does not reflect an increase in the total overall project. We were already factoring in that we would not be able to use this Sourcewell discount anymore. And with that, I will take any questions.
Great. Thank you so much. And we are not able to use the Sourcewell discount because of this, this process. That we're
right, because of a state contracting law that precludes us from using cooperative procurement agreements with firms that are not located in the state of Oregon.
Right, okay. And we, of course, had originally agreed to have California Skate Parks build this, and they would have built it, but we put the project on hold, and the contract expired, or the agreement expired.
Well, we're just no longer we're not able to carry out the construction part of the contract. The design portion of the design build has been completed. We have the documents from them. They've completed the design, but it's the build portion that we need a new contract for because of this state contracting rule.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay. Thank you so much. With that, then we'll open the public hearing. I'll ask if there is anyone here who'd like to testify on this. Okay. No, any Zoomers or anything? Okay. And let me just check real quick. Councilor Mboop and Councilor Corrigan, do either of you have any questions?
No.
No, thank you.
Okay. I just, sorry, I'm going to close the public hearing and entertain a motion on resolution 23.
Can I move to adopt resolution 2333?
Second.
All right. Thank you so much. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I see an aye from Councilor Mboop. Councilor Corrigan, how do you vote?
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Okay. Any opposed? No opposed. All right. That resolution passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Hager. All right. Our next public hearing is Ordinance 2927. This is annexation of one parcel consisting of 2.7 acres at 13501 Knaus Road, declaring City of Lake Oswego zoning pursuant to LOC 50.01.004.5 A through C, and removing the territory from certain districts. This is AN 23-0004. We will start this hearing by a review of the hearing procedures by Attorney Osnack.
Thank you, Mayor Buck. Members of the City Council, now is the time set for the public hearing on AN 23-0004 and associated ordinances annexing to the City of Lake Oswego a parcel consisting of 2.70 acres at 13501 Knaus Road, and declaring the City of Lake Oswego zoning pursuant to Lake Oswego Code 50.01.004.5 A through C, and removing the territory from certain districts. These land use requests involve the application of the criteria and standards listed in the staff report, which is available from the staff or on the back of the table in the back of the room. Testimony and evidence, if any, must be directed towards the applicable criteria as listed in the staff report or any other criteria in the Lake Oswego Comprehensive Plan and land use regulations which you believe apply to this decision. In order to help council evaluate your testimony as it relates to the applicable criteria or standards, it is a good practice to clearly identify the criteria or standards you're addressing before offering your comments or evidence. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford this City Council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issues precludes appeal to the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals, or LUBA, based on that issue. The failure of the applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow the City Council to respond to this issue precludes an action for damages in circuit court. The public hearing process will be as follows: presentation by staff, testimony from individuals for up to 5 minutes, which does not include time spent responding to questions from the City Council. Any person in attendance may cede his or her time for testimony to another person, but in no case shall any person's testimony be increased to greater than 10 minutes.
Thanks, Ellen.
Mayor Buck, members of the council, good evening or afternoon. The subject property is currently under Clackamas County's jurisdiction and is zoned R20, low-density residential, and it's designated R15, low-density residential on the city's comprehensive plan map, and will be zoned R15 on annexation, and there are no sensitive lands on the property. At full development, the property could probably yield about 7 lots, but there's lots of other things going on there with the house and the sport court. There's several large trees on the westerly end of the property. Sanitary sewer can be made available from an existing 8-inch public sanitary sewer main in the southwest corner of the site, and sewer extension would not be required to the uphill property owner in this case, because that uphill property owner, I believe, is already connected. Water is available from an 8-inch city water main located in Knaus Road that provides water service to this property, and the existing home on the site is already connected to that public main. The nearest existing fire hydrant is located approximately 150 feet north of the site along the west side of Knaus Road. This is the aerial photograph that shows the overall layout of the property. You can see the single-family house on the east, sport court in the middle, and then the trees at the rear or westerly side of the property. Staff finds that this property is within the urban services boundary and the public services can be provided in a timely, orderly, and efficient manner. And with regards to the public facilities, and recommends approval of the annexation and to enact Ordinance 2927.
Thank you, Mr. Espy. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Espy? Okay. With that, we'll open the, well, let me just check. Councilor Mboop, Councilor Corrigan, any questions?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
No questions.
Thank you both. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and I'll ask if there's anyone here who would like to testify on Ordinance 2927. No? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion.
To enact Ordinance 20.
Second.
All right, thank you both. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. I see an aye from Councilor Group. Okay, thank you, Councilor Corrigan. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Espy.
You bet.
Next, we'll move to item 9.3, which is Ordinance 2929. This is a special ordinance of the City Council of City of Oswego, vacating public interest in a portion of Cherry Lane, located southeasterly of 1107 Cherry Lane. We will start with a review of the hearing procedure by Attorney Oswego.
Thank you, Mayor Buck and members of the council. Now is the time set for a public hearing on Ordinance 2929, which will vacate a portion of the public interest in a portion of Cherry Lane, as our city engineer will describe further. This is a legislative decision for you all. It's generally a policy decision, and it's within the discretion of the city council. There are state laws that apply, and they are set forth in the staff report, which is available at the table at the back of the hearing room. Our public hearing process will begin with a presentation by staff. Testimony can then be received from the public. Individuals will be allowed up to 5 minutes. Recognized neighborhood associations, homeowners associations, government agencies, or other incorporated public interest organizations will be allowed up to 10 minutes. The time limits do not include time taken up by questions from the council or responses to such questions, and any person in attendance may cede his or her time for testimony for another person, but in no case shall that person's testimony be increased to any greater than 10 minutes. I need to ask whether or not there are any counselors that need to declare a financial conflict of interest.
No.
No.
And with that, we'll have the staff report.
Thank you so much. Director Rooney.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. My name is Erica Rooney, Public Works Director and City Engineer. With me this afternoon is our Assistant City Engineer, Stefan Broadus. This is yet another public hearing for vacation of a portion of right-of-way. And the reason Mr. Broadus is here with us tonight is that it is specifically related to a capital improvement project, the Hallinan Pathway project that is underway. So this is some housekeeping, if you will, to clarify the right-of-way. And we do need to go through the formal process of vacating, even if it is a very small portion of right-of-way, which it is in this case, and he'll have some slides to go through that in more detail. Stefan.
Thank you, Director Rooney. Mayor, councilors, thank you for having me. Good afternoon. I am going to give an overview of Ordinance 2929, which, as Director Rooney mentioned, is a public hearing for vacating a portion of right-of-way as it relates to the Hallinan Pathway project. So Ordinance 2929 consists of the vacating of the public interest in a portion of Cherry Lane. More specifically, that portion of right-of-way is located at 1107 Cherry Lane. And the objective of this is to better align the right-of-way with the road and the pathway, which I will show in more detail later in the presentation. So Oregon Revised Statute 271, more specifically subsections 080 through 230 pertain to the process of vacation, and the ordinance today is specifically related to the public hearing part of the process, which is the final directive to approve the vacation. So a brief bit of background about this particular right-of-way vacation and mostly as it relates to the Pathway project. In June of 2021, the previous CIP was adopted, which included a pathway program for pathways, one of which was the Hallinan Pathway. About 6 months later, council awarded contract for the design of that project, and then about 10 months later, so that would be October of 2022, council directed staff to proceed towards final design of that project. And then just last month, council awarded the contract for construction of the Hallinan Pathway, and the construction of that pathway is underway as we speak. So a bit more of the background specific to the vacation process. Resolution 2326 was initiated in early June. Notices were sent out to the abutting property, and signs were posted on the site as required, and no objections have been received. So zooming a bit out for a very high-level overview of Pathway project, it's in our transportation system plan, first identified back in the 97 version of the transportation plan, and then was recommended as one of the priority pathways from TAB, and then was adopted into the pathway program as described in the 21-22 through 26-27 CIP. That project since migrated into the current version of the CIP, which was adopted here just recently. This project is also at a very high level. It's consistent with our 2023 council goals, which includes improvement of the transportation connections. So that gives a bit of a connection to the specific project. Now I'm going to get into a little bit more detail about the specific location and dimensions of the right-of-way we are looking at vacating. So in the lower left-hand portion of your screen, you will see a map insert that shows you the approximate general location that we're talking about. We're looking in the Hallinan neighborhood in the southeast quadrant of the city. And then the main map is showing the specific area that we're looking at. We are looking at the right-of-way near 1107 Cherry Lane with the section highlighted in yellow as the portion of right-of-way we are looking at vacating. This is another view of that same area, except overlaid with the construction plans to show in detail where the pathway will fit in all of this. And so you can see the line, the dashed line shown in red is the current right-of-way line with much of the pathway through this area needing to go through this section. The area highlighted is showing the right-of-way vacation, in which better aligns with where that road and more importantly, where the back of that pathway will go. This shows a more of a street level perspective of these lines. Again, in red is the existing right-of-way line. In yellow is the proposed right-of-way line with the area of the vacation highlighted. Also superimposed on this screen is an approximate layout of where the pathway will go through this area. So benefits of the right-of-way vacation, it just provides a better alignment of where the public infrastructure is and more importantly, where it isn't. And it's very obvious it's not a future need of the public right-of-way, and it does not substantially affect the abutting property owner's market value. So with that, staff recommends that we enact this ordinance, a special ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lake Oswego, vacating the public interest in a portion of Cherry Lane located southeasterly of 1107 Cherry Lane. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Broadus and Director Rooney. So then this property owner at 1109 is going to dedicate some of their property in exchange?
Correct, that's a separate process, but
Separate
yes.
process, I see. So we vacate and then we enter into or have they already agreed to it, contingent on the vacation?
Correct.
Oh, they have, okay. I'm sorry, I'm just curious, if you go back to the slide, there was a number 32 on that slide that had the different numbers. Yeah, what is that?
So yes, this is very engineering, very technical. So all of those are call outs about what to do in specific areas. Number 22, you'll see, is the removal of a bunch of bollards that were placed inside. Number 32 is the reconstruction of the driveway to tie into grade.
I see, so that is their driveway. That's not like an expanded part of the sidewalk onto their property or anything?
Correct, that is their driveway. And so all of those individual numbers are just call outs as to what the contractor should do in those certain areas.
You're missing the key to the whole set of plans.
Yeah. There is a legend, yes.
Yes.
It's very interesting.
It's engineering code. You don't need to know.
So is this pathway under construction right now? Like
Correct.
the way?
Currently,
Yeah.
the contractor is working on installing tree protection in the area, and they will begin excavation, saw cutting, construction activities in earnest next week.
Great.
Yeah.
Very good. I'm sorry. Councilor Windland.
Oh, so the other process to get that area that's in the space where the number 5 is.
Right.
They automatically, how does that work? We have to go through a different process or?
Yeah, dedication doesn't require council action. We can do that separately, which is what we've done outside of this. But when we're vacating public right-of-way, because it has a large public interest, that does require.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do lots of dedications during the land use process. You all would not see those.
Right.
That happens constantly.
So then we will be responsible for that part under 5.
Yes, which is where the sidewalk will be. So it'll all make sense. It'll align with where the physical improvements are. So it will be more logical.
And do we have a lot of lots like this in Lake Oswego that are, I mean, I'm not sure why that wouldn't have been taken care of.
Yes, we do
Long
have
ago.
plenty.
We do.
That have odd right-of-way alignments relative to the road. Sometimes the road is squished over to one side of the right-of-way and maybe a little bit out of it. There's some cleanup that could be done. Yes.
But because the homeowner had the right-of-way for that area in number 5, could they have put something there? It's a street, right? I mean,
It is a street.
So they just had, I mean, they can't do anything, can they, with it?
It would get into a different legal process if they were to try to go about doing that.
Put a flagpole or something there?
It wasn't logical. I mean, if you stood out there, you would think that that was all right-of-way, even though it was private property.
Right.
We have a few of those places around. We, actually close by down on Laurel, when we did the pathway there, we had an extensive amount of this type of right-of-way cleanup to do to make it more logical to where the road actually was and was going to be. So this does happen from time to time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Windland. Any other questions? Okay, thank you both. We will open the, any questions from Councilor Boop or Councilor Corrigan? No? Okay.
No.
Thank you, Councilor Boop. Councilor Corrigan, do you have any questions? We don't hear Councilor Corrigan. Take that as a no. Okay. We will open up the public hearing. I don't have anyone signed up. Is there anyone here who would like to testify on Ordinance 2929? Okay, I don't see anyone, so I'm going to close the public hearing, and we will entertain a motion.
Move to enact Ordinance 2929.
Second it.
Thank you, Councilor F. Thank you, Councilor Boop. Any discussion? Discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Councilor Corrigan, can you hear us?
We lost
We
her.
lost Councilor Corrigan. All right, all those opposed? All right, that motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rooney and Mr. Broadus. Now, we are now going to return to item 8.1 on the council business agenda, which is Resolution 23-28. This is a resolution affirming public necessity to acquire real property for the wastewater treatment project. We have Deputy City Manager Hooper here to present on this. Good afternoon.
So I'm going to try to beat Finance Director Cross's record by making this the briefest one ever. So yes, so any questions?
Okay, does anyone have any, this is maybe just give us a brief.
Sure.
This is
No need. Sure.
Well,
I'll give you the quick version, which is we previously went back to get a resolution of public necessity passed back in December. We're asking to affirm with another resolution of public necessity for the wastewater treatment facility project so that we can have eminent domain rights to acquire property.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Hooper? All right, is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2328?
Move to adopt Resolution 2328. Sorry, Ms. Ann, I got it.
Okay,
Would you like to second that, Councilor?
I second it.
Wonderful, okay. Motion made by Councilor Rapp, second by Councilor Boop. Is there any discussion? All right, none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I do think, did we lose Councilor Corrigan officially? Okay, we officially lost. Okay, that motion passes 6-0.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, there are other council business. I have a couple of things I want to share, and
Well, at the end of the meeting.
isn't it part of 8?
No,
Part of 11.
at number 11.
Thank you.
Don't worry. We'll get back to that at 9 o'clock tonight. Okay. Now we're going to go back to the public hearings. We're going to move to the time here. Yes. 9.4, this is Ordinance 2928. It's an ordinance amending LOC Chapter 50.03.002, 50. Various components of Chapter 50, establishing psilocybin time, place, and manner land use regulations and adopting findings. That's LU 23-0001. And we're also considering Ordinance 2933, which is an ordinance amending LOC Chapter 20, establishing psilocybin time, place, manner, non-land use regulations. We will start with a review of the hearing procedure by Attorney Oswego.
Thank you, Mayor Buck, members of the council. Now is the time set for a public hearing on 2 companion ordinances, one of which is a legislative land use matter, and the other is simply just a regular legislative matter, but we'll be combining them. And these procedures that I'm about to explain are applicable to both. This is a legislative decision for the council, and that's generally a policy decision that's within your discretion entirely. But in this particular case, because this is related to psilocybin time, place, and manner regulations, it was also subject to a land use hearing in LU 23-0001. So there are statewide laws that apply to this particular ordinance, and so your legislative decision has to comply with those. Also, because this is a legislative amendment to your development code, whatever you tentatively adopt today has to also comply with any applicable provisions of your comprehensive plan. So this public hearing process will begin with a presentation by staff. Testimony will then be received from the public. Individuals will be allowed up to 5 minutes. Recognized neighborhood associations, homeowner associations, government agencies, or other incorporated public interest organizations will be allowed up to 10 minutes. The time limits shall not include time taken up by questions from the council or responses to such questions. Any person in attendance may cede his or her time for testimony to another person, but in no case shall a person's testimony be increased to greater than 10 minutes. And for this particular matter, I should ask if there are any financial conflicts of interest for any of our counselors.
No.
Hearing none, we're ready to move to staff.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jessica Numanalu, Community Development Director and Staff Coordinator for the Psilocybin Time, Place, and Manner Code Amendments before you this evening. Just a brief background before I get started. Measure 109, as you all are aware of, was passed by voters in November of 2020, and that legalized, regulated, and taxed the manufacture, sale, and administration of psilocybin for mental health purposes. And it directed the Oregon Health Authority, which I will call OHA going forward, to license and regulate psilocybin products and the provision of services. And this is codified in ORS 47.5A and OAR Chapter 33. To be clear, the state rules do not allow retail sales or off-site consumption of psilocybin. It only allows the sale and consumption at a service center under the direction of a licensed facilitator. So unlike marijuana, which is not allowed in the city, but where they are allowed, general retail sales are not allowed of psilocybin. The Oregon Health Authority began issuing licenses in January of 2023, and cities can adopt an ordinance that would temporarily ban psilocybin facilities in order to stay the issuance of licenses in the city, which the City Council did in December of 2022, as you know. And in order, the ORS also requires that the banning ordinance has to be referred to voters at the next statewide general election, which would be next November, if the council does not repeal the ban and adopt psilocybin regulations. And per the state statute, the city is allowed to adopt, quote, reasonable regulations on the operation of psilocybin businesses, and these would apply in addition to the state rules. Those reasonable regulations, I have listed here, I'm not going to go through and read them all, but the statute does specify what those reasonable regulations are. And I would just note that any sort of buffer requirements, the ORS does set a limit of 1,000 feet for any buffer requirements. The process thus far, the council met in November to consider a temporary ban on psilocybin. That was actually, as I said, enacted in December of 2022. At that time, you directed the Planning Commission to consider additional reasonable regulations beyond the state rules. And the commission since then has met 3 times, had three study sessions, including an expert panel that included members of OHA, OHSU, other experts, as well as the city's police chief to answer questions and kind of go through all the issues that may be associated with psilocybin use. Code concepts were developed, in April, and a public hearing was held on June 12th, in which case the Planning Commission voted 4-1 to recommend the code amendments before you this evening. We are pretty much at the tail end of this process after tonight's hearing. If approved by the City Council, and if the temporary ban on psilocybin facilities is repealed, then the regulations would go in effect as soon as August 31st. The main issues of concern from the Planning Commission were the protection of children, proximity and access of the use to certain types of businesses, which I'll go into in a little more detail here in a minute, incompatibility with residential use, access to weapons by clients, and safety of the public after clients are released from administrative sessions. This is a list of the, just a general summary, which I'm not going to read through each one because I'm going to go through, in my presentation, I'm going to go briefly through each item of all the regulations recommended by the Planning Commission. And I will note that includes both land use regulations and non-land use regulations. The non-land use regulations are the ones shown here in light blue text. And so there are 2 ordinances for this proposal. One is Ordinance 2928. That includes the land use regulation, and Ordinance 2933 is the non-land use regulations. And in addition, to affect these regulations, if you choose to adopt them, you would need to repeal the temporary ban on psilocybin facilities in the city. So first, I will discuss the land use regulations. The Planning Commission is recommending that you allow service centers, which is where you administer psilocybin in all commercial zones in the city. The exception is in the NC, which is the neighborhood commercial zone, or the Westlake Grove office commercial and Westlake Grove residential mixed-use zones. In those zones, the use would require a conditional use permit, and that's because the purpose of those zones is to provide for lower intensity type uses that primarily serve surrounding areas. And as a refresher, a conditional use permit is a major development that requires a neighborhood meeting, public hearing, and conditions can be imposed on the use. For psilocybin production, which is not shown on this table, the recommendation is that that use would only be allowed in the industrial and industrial park zones. So that's the Southwest Employment Area and the Foothills area. And the reason for that is that we expect the impacts from those uses to be similar to the types of uses allowed in those zones, such as light manufacturing, nursery stock production, and wholesale distribution. Both service centers and production facilities would be prohibited in purely residential zones and specifically prohibited as a home occupation. The state requires a buffer from service centers only, not production facilities, of 1,000 feet to public, private, or parochial elementary or secondary schools. This is the minimum state requirement for a buffer, and this map shows what that would look like here in Lake Oswego. So you can see you would be able to allow service centers in the Southwest Employment Area, part of Lake Grove, part of the Cruiseway Business District, again, Lake Grove, a couple of areas in Mountain Park, most of downtown and Foothills, McVeigh South Shore, and here in Merrillhurst area. What the Planning Commission is recommending is, in addition to that buffer required by the state, as I mentioned, the state doesn't require that buffer to schools, to production facilities. The Planning Commission recommends you require a 1,000-foot buffer also to production facilities in addition to service centers. On top of that, they're recommending that you require a 1,000-foot buffer from licensed childcare facilities. And this map shows both buffers, 1,000 feet from schools and licensed child care facilities, which we got from the Oregon Department of Education. And you can see here that with these two buffers, no longer allowed in most of downtown, it takes out most of Lake Grove, still allows some area in the Cruiseway Business District and most of the Southwest Employment Area, and some of the smaller areas like the McVeigh South Shore site would not be eligible for those sites, but still definitely some sites left where that use would be allowed. Just kind of zeroing in a little bit more so you can see, again, closer up, because that map is a little hard to read. So in the Cruiseway Business District, highway commercial area, mixed commerce, there's also a small office commercial zone, lot, excuse me, next to the Yakima site. And then in the Southwest Employment Area, this would be where you would primarily allow production facilities, but service centers would also be required here. Small pocket of the Westlake Grove where service centers could be required. And moving on to Mountain Park, there's two areas in Mountain Park where a service center could potentially be allowed. And for reference, this is where the New Seasons anchor is located, in that commercial area in Mountain Park. Over in downtown, not really going to be allowed in downtown, but there's a few areas where production facilities or service centers could be in the industrial zone. Katy Car Wash site could be a site, and then across from Sunderleaf Plaza, there's a small area where it could be potentially allowed. And then finally, Merrillhurst area, there's a couple of CI-zoned lots where a service center could potentially be allowed. This map is the map that I originally showed, which shows both the 1,000-foot from schools as well as the child care facilities. And I'm showing this map one more time because the state statute does allow the city, it's an option, to require a maximum separation of 1,000 feet between service centers. And the Planning Commission is recommending that you exercise that option in the statute. And beyond that, they also are suggesting that you require a maximum separation of 1,000 feet from production facilities as well, so not just service centers. So in considering that, I would say that that is going to further limit the potential areas where this use could be allowed, which, you know, if it's a reasonable regulation and it's needed for public health or safety reasons, is fine. But if you notice here, if this is a 1,000-foot in terms of scale, you're probably only going to get one of those types of uses in each of these areas, although depending on where it's located in the Southwest Employment Area, it might be possible to get two of those types of businesses in that area. But it would serve to further restrict where those could be located. Other recommended land use regulations are to prohibit marijuana businesses, healthcare facilities, and residential uses from being in the same building as a psilocybin facility. And this comes from the OHA regulations that prohibit the interior and exterior areas of a psilocybin businesses from overlapping with marijuana businesses of any kind, businesses that sell alcohol, restaurants, healthcare facilities, or residential units. And what that means is you can't have a service center that's got a cafe inside of it, or you can't have a service center that sells marijuana, although we don't allow that use in the city anyway. But the Planning Commission is going a bit further by saying those businesses should not be allowed in the same building. They did pull out the restaurant use, and they don't have any objection to that being located in the same building. But if a restaurant or any other business has a liquor license, the recommendation is that we require a 500-foot separation from businesses with liquor licenses. And that addresses the issue of the convenience of obtaining alcohol before or after an administration session, which might further impair an individual. The last one is self-explanatory, which is requiring all manufacturing and growing for a production facility to be in a fully enclosed building. As far as non-land use regulations, there were concerns about a client leaving an administration session and potentially being unsupervised or trying to drive off on their own. The OHA rules do require clients to provide a transportation plan that does not allow an individual to operate a motor vehicle after their session, but they could potentially get an Uber or walk home, I suppose, or take public transportation. But the Planning Commission felt that for public safety purposes, that person should be released to a sober adult over the age of 21 after their session in order to assure that they're supervised between, you know, leaving their session and wherever their destination is, home or another place. The Commission is also recommending prohibiting clients from bringing or possessing any weapons or firearms during the treatment session. And I will note that the OHA rules do require service centers to create and maintain policies and procedures for the possession and storage of firearms and other weapons on the premises. That means that anyone could potentially bring it there, but they have to store it. And they have to have rules and regulations regarding that. But obviously, if someone's under the influence, they could have erratic behavior or they could be unpredictable. So just want to make sure, go that extra step and make sure that the client cannot have a weapon during administration of the service. And then finally, requiring liability insurance for both service centers and production facilities. And this is an indirect way of just assuring compliance with both the state and the OHA and city regulations, because insurance companies are unlikely to want to insure or would raise premiums for businesses that have violations. So just another way to kind of get compliance. And the amounts that you see in the draft code amendments came as a recommendation from the city attorney's office because it matches the city standard contract amount for general liability insurance. Oh, and finally, the commission was very concerned that we do not know the full extent of the impacts of this type of use because Oregon is the first state to approve this or legalize psilocybin in the United States. They asked staff to include a provision in both of the ordinances that state the intention to review the restrictions 3 years from the effective date of the ordinance. Of course, that doesn't preclude the council from reviewing the restrictions sooner or later, but it would put the public and future business owners on notice that we might be looking at these and making sure that A, they're working as intended, and B, whether or not any additional regulations might be needed after we've had the use for a while. I do have a recap of the regulations for both service centers and a separate slide for production facilities. I'm not going to read through those because I just went through all of them, but for the purposes of your discussion and deliberation, I'd be happy to bring this up if it would be helpful for you to have a summary of those regulations during your deliberations. So to conclude my presentation, the recommendation is to tentatively approve both ordinances 2928 and 2933, as well as direct staff to return on August 1st with an ordinance that would repeal Ordinance 2903, which was the temporary ban on psilocybin facilities in order to affect any ordinance that you adopted this evening. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Director Numanulu. Your first time here before us
Yes.
as Director. Very exciting. Could you, first question is, could you, help us understand a little bit the rationale of the 1,000-foot buffer between the facilities?
Well, I think the idea is that if you have a concentration of these types of uses, that would have more impacts in that area of the city. The commission did not have a really robust discussion on that, but that was one of the issues that was floated around, was the concern that one area of the city might have a cluster of these, which could potentially have more impacts in that one area.
Okay, and if we go back to that map with the concentric circles, that has the 1,000-foot buffer around both the schools and the child care facilities, and then you did a good job kind of explaining the impact of this, which we can see, and the impact of the 1,000-foot buffer between facilities. But do we have a mapping of the impact of the 500-foot buffer from any OLCC licensed business?
No, we do not have that. And it's a little bit difficult because, well, I suppose we could get that from the state, but no, we don't. And these are scattered throughout the city. And we did have a discussion, staff did have a discussion with the Planning Commission about the difficulty of administering this because people don't always get business licenses from the city, even though they're supposed to. For staff to be able to track where all of these businesses might be located at any time, it would be a little bit of a challenge. But no, I do not have a map to show you of OLC licensed businesses in the city.
For what it's worth, I wasn't sure if you had gone through, but I went and looked at just these red highlighted, properties, and we all know the businesses that are in these various areas of town, and all of the areas downtown are out. The Mountain Park areas are out. Most of the areas around Meadows and Cruz down there are out. The one kind of around Daniel Way there is out because it's adjacent to the Springs, which has, and because the OLCC, it's grocery stores, retirement homes, restaurants, bars, retail markets, 7-Eleven, Plaid Pantry. Yeah, I mean, it's just everywhere. So anyway, I just want to illustrate that it really severely, to almost the point of just a ban, limits. Right. Anyway, so Councilor Wendland, please, your questions.
So first of all, I pass on to the Planning Commission a wonderful thank you for all their work, because they spent a lot of time on this, and the devil is in the details on this kind of stuff, and they did a fabulous job. And I appreciate their comments and what they came up with. To the mayor's point, we have put regulations in to eliminate a big chunk of Lake Oswego to be able to open up a place. I mean, from your perspective, do you think there are enough spaces that we can actually offer business licenses to any businesses that will succeed? I mean, have we closed too many windows or too many spaces to actually, I guess, have somebody really want to open up a business in Lake Oswego?
Well, if I'm channeling Evan Boone, his response would be that if there are reasonable regulations that are necessary in order to protect public health and safety, and the result is that you pretty much can't locate in here, that's okay, because it's necessary to protect public health and safety. So I think the question is it necessary to protect public health and safety? And of course, that's for the council to decide. But that was a concern that staff had brought up because of the proliferation of restaurants throughout the city, that could be very restrictive in locating this type of business.
So what happens if, so we pass this, and then what happens if like a childcare center opens up within 1,000 feet of an established business? Who gets precedent?
We did think of that, and there is a provision in the code amendments that says that if they legally locate, meeting all required buffers and other restrictions, and a business later comes in, that does not make them illegal, that they're allowed to continue business. So that other business that located closer is choosing, so if it's a childcare facility, they're choosing to locate closer than what the required buffer is. So no, it wouldn't affect the existing business that was legally located there.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Woodman. Councilor Raff.
Thanks, Mayor. It's convenient that the chief is here. Did the Planning Commission reach out to the police department about what it would take resource-wise, financial and human, to police the requirement, and maybe it's also a city resource as well, to police the releasing to a sober person over 21, as well as prohibiting people from bringing a weapon on premises? Do we look into what those costs would be?
No, we did not.
Okay.
I did reach out about the weapon of storage, and we were not able to connect on that. But police chief was there during the planning study session, that discussed the different impacts that could be expected. And from my recollection of that work session, the chief was mainly concerned about similar things with marijuana facilities as a cash-only business, and the increased crime that could be associated with that. I will say the OHA rules have extensive regulations regarding security and how you handle cash and all of that. So the sense that we got from the police chief was that those regulations pretty much cover about as much as you can.
Do you think, and this also could be a question for the city manager, as a city, do you think we can police these two issues? I mean, you just mentioned that there are a lot of businesses that don't apply for business license, and we don't really police that. So.
George, I mean, since you're here.
Come on up.
While he's coming up, I can tell you that the OHA rules require that, for instance, if someone is not supposed to be able to operate a motor vehicle after they leave, but obviously if somebody does that, you can't tackle them and whatever, that they're supposed to, they have a reporting requirement. So the business owner has to log that and report it to the OHA by I think the next business day. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's why I was
Sorry,
here.
Chief.
So, thank you, Mayor, members of council, George Berg, Chief of Police. I'm not sure what the question is in front of me right now, other than the ask about resource allocation.
Think you can police the two requirements to, one, releasing people to a 21-year-old sober adult, and two, police whether or not people are bringing in weapons to the facility?
Yeah, as listening to the question, I think it's going to be a lot like how we police a lot of other facilities within the city, and it'll be as needed. So we'll be able to respond to calls for service if those calls come in. I don't know what the requirements will be for the service centers for making those notifications to law enforcement.
Okay. And then the last question I have, thank you, Chief, maybe it's more for all of us to think about, is when we passed the ordinance earlier and then are coming back to time, place, and manner, we did that with the intention of protecting people that need mental health care. And so the question I have maybe to the Planning Commission as a whole is, are they putting these recommendations in place to protect those we're trying to protect with the psilocybin centers and people that I think need protection and mental health protection and help and aid? Or are we protecting people that aren't going to use it, who are more afraid of what I call the people that complain about Rassekh Park and the skaters being ne'er-do-wells and drug users and things like that? So that's a question we should probably all kind of consider as we think about this.
You don't have to answer.
Yeah, that's not, it's more of a rhetorical question, so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor
Thanks.
Rath. We'll go to Councilor Boop and then to Councilor Afghan. Councilor Boop.
Yeah, Director Numanu, I had the question of the childcare because when I see on the map on cruise, like the 300 meters, I think it will hit a childcare if it's on around the West End building. It would be 300 meters to the childcare that's on Boones Ferry Road. If there is a possibility to have a center that does that, is that right?
Are you referring to the site on Boones Ferry Road where ILA is potentially, or locating a child's care center?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I don't know that that's registered yet, and if it would have shown up on this map. So I don't think it is. I can't see it on there. So it's possible that if it was included on there, that it would preclude that one site in sort of that Cruiseway, Boones Ferry area. It might preclude that site from having that use. But we would, anytime that use would come in, we are required to fill out a land use compatibility statement from the Oregon Health Authority, and that would verify that A, the use is allowed, it complies with all city regulations, and that at that time we would check the current registry for registered child care facilities and determine whether that site would be eligible for that use.
Okay. And when you say that OHSU and OHA were in the meeting when they decide, so you mean that OHSU okayed the use of the psilocybin in the way it's done? You think that's something that they accept?
No, what the purpose of that was, they hosted an expert panel and a study session in order to discuss potential impacts with experts and people who are more familiar with the side effects of psilocybin and potential impacts. And so it was just an expert panel just to gain information before the Planning Commission developed code amendments. So they didn't approve it or make any recommendations. They were just there to answer questions for the commission.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I still have reserve on the use of psilocybin, and I always, just wanted to have an expert ideas on that. But I'm happy of what the Planning Commission have done on, the use and, allowing them to not leave without having someone sober to take care of them. Thank you for your work. And
Thank you, Councilor Boop. Councilor Afghan.
Director, congratulations. I have three questions on the land use and non-land use. Would you mind going to those pages so I can ask specific questions?
Certainly. The non-land use or the light blue.
Yeah. On prohibit possession of weapon during treatment session. I think there was another page that said bringing, possessing a firearm. From my perspective, you have to possess it to bring it, and I was wondering if there is a definition difference in possessing versus bringing?
Well, I think what we were trying to get at is somebody could bring it there, or someone else could give it to them and they would have it in their possession. So trying to make sure that neither of those could happen
Okay.
to someone who's been administered psilocybin. Again, it doesn't prevent people from having, staff or other people on the site from having weapons securely in the center, but it wouldn't allow someone who's being administered psilocybin to have weapons.
Understood, thank you. Required liability insurance. Do we, as the city, require liability insurance for any other businesses?
Yes. Well, we require it for any contractors that work for the city.
I think, actually, Evan Boone and I did briefly discuss this. I can get back to you with the actual
thank you.
answer, but I believe the general answer is that no, as part of our general code regulations and/or land use regulations, we do not typically require businesses to possess liability insurance, but as they've pointed out, we certainly do with regard to people with whom we contract.
Okay, thank you. If I remember correctly from one of the presentation, you can't just walk in and have that treatment.
Right.
And if I remember correctly, there are like, you have to go in for a consultation to understand what is it you want to address. And then the second session is how it's going to be addressed. And the third session is the actual therapy. So when I go through that process, I don't understand the reason why we have it 500 feet from a liquor store. So can you help me understand what Planning Commission was thinking about that?
Yeah, I think what they were concerned about is regardless of those pre-sessions before their administration, if someone comes in and goes to the restaurant next door and has a few drinks and then is administered the psilocybin, that would further impair that individual potentially more than, because there's, depending on the dosage, they are there for a certain amount of time and then they're released. And that having, either alcohol before or after that session, then being out in the public, then that could further impair that individual. So that was the main concern.
Did they talk about how to prevent these individuals from bringing alcohol with themselves in their car or somebody else's car?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Councilor Afghan. And just to clarify too, I believe in my review of the OHA rules that a service center is not allowed to provide service to someone who's under the influence. Right.
Correct. That's visibly intoxicated.
Right.
Correct.
And I'm just curious, maybe the chief knows this, is it legal in Oregon to permit conceal carry a gun into a bar?
Yes, I believe so. Concealed carry, we can't regulate the concealed carry. The properties can regulate what they allow.
Right, right. But you can, if you have a permit, conceal carry in a bar.
Yes.
And drink as much as you want. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. The intent of my question about the firearm was to understand the possession definition, because I didn't want a police officer who has access to the gun not being able to use this therapy, or a military person. So that was the intent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Or otherwise I'm just gonna open the public hearing. Okay, okay, I just want to make sure there's no questions. I don't have anyone who's signed up, so we're going to open the public hearing on these ordinances. Is there anyone here who would like to testify? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, and then we'll have a council discussion.
Would you like a motion first before we
Well,
discuss?
I think we got to work through some of this. So normally, yes, but as I think there's some hashing out we have to do. So let's hold off on motions and have a little discussion first, and we'll start with Councilor Raff.
I think it's funny that you use the word hash when we're talking about this.
But thank you, Councilor.
All right.
Mushroom.
It's overall, whatever. So a couple things that I think I would prefer that we look at or eliminate or add in as we think about these. So two two separate ordinances. So with the land use, one, we're recommending to prohibit the facility from being in the same building as a licensed healthcare facility. It would be my preference to strike the licensed healthcare facility, because in my mind, this is a licensed healthcare facility.
Real quick, I believe that is an OHA rule.
It's an OHA rule that they can't overlap, but it doesn't preclude them from being in the same building. So that is something the Planning Commission is going further than the OHA rules.
Okay.
So I think we should, it seems like duplicitous, it seems like it's confusing, so that'd be my one change to 2928. In addition, on 2928, I would recommend that we strike the 500-foot buffer from businesses with liquor license. I think it's just onerous and ridiculous. I would question whether or not anybody on the Planning Commission have used psilocybin in the past, because you would immediately know you're not interested in drinking before or after. So I'm not saying I have or have not done it in my past, but just throwing that out there as possible personal experience. So and then with respect to 2933, I think we should not pass that at all. I think it's just more, I don't think as a city we can police any of those things. And personally, it shouldn't be our responsibility to police those things. Those should be on the businesses themselves. So you guys know I'm in full support of psilocybin therapy and having it available to our community members. So that's what I have to say.
I agree with that. Thank you, Councilor F. Councilor Afghan.
I think back in December when we were talking about this, the intent is to provide another option for mental health therapy. And the Planning Commission has done an amazing job identifying all the risk and then addressing those. So thumbs up to them. The way I look at this is like another clinic that state of Oregon has put a lot of restriction on it. And we have to get our mindset out of this is recreational and everything could go wrong to this is a healthcare and mental health issues that we need to address. So when we have so much restrictions for a possibility above the probability that may or may not happen, we're restricting our ability to take our mental health therapy to the next page, So I understand all the risks that were identified and why we're doing this, but some of them, as a city councilors, we need to get ourselves out of those type of things, like the 500 feet from this and healthcare. From my perspective, this is a clinic that's tightly controlled, and we always have the option of increasing the requirements, but if we have to decrease it, then that's going to be much harder. So we said this is a pilot, let's go do it and come back together 3 years and look at the results. Are we gonna have any kind of problem? I don't know, but I want to make sure we don't restrict the possibility of people getting help.
Right. Thank you, Councilor Afghan. I think the time, place, and manner restrictions are supposed to provide for the health of the community, and I do appreciate the work the Planning Commission did, diving into this. I feel like there may be a little bit of a lack of understanding about the therapeutic use that's led to kind of a mischaracterization of the folks who may seek this treatment. That's led to some of these time, place, and manner restrictions. I do feel are so restrictive that they are actually impairing the health of the community by restricting people's access to something that would otherwise make them healthy. Hopefully with time, people's viewpoints on this will evolve. At the same time, I think we can recognize that it is a new thing. It's a new thing. And some of the beyond the state requirements, some of the items beyond the state requirements we put in, like the 1,000-foot buffer from childcare, does severely restrict, and I find it to be kind of a good compromise, if you will, where it's not just meeting the minimum state requirements, but understanding that there is some apprehension and not full knowledge of how this program will roll out, how many businesses will open, et cetera. So it's already fairly limited. But the rationale behind limiting, the 500 feet from liquor licensed facilities is if, folks who are seeking this treatment are somehow raging alcoholics who just can't help themselves, I just don't think is really a sound fact, something that's founded in fact, and it just seems to be more of a misunderstanding and a mischaracterization. So I agree with Councilor Raff and Councilor Afghan and removing that 500-foot limit, removing the overlap with the healthcare facilities, and I would not be in favor of any of Ordinance 2933, the non-land use regulation. I agree those are difficult to enforce or otherwise also addressed, many of them in the OHA regulations, which I found to be, I went through yesterday just to see what the regulations were and understand them better, and I find them to be very thorough, very detailed. Even to the point of if an operator of a psilocybin facility is even known to abuse alcohol, abuse marijuana, or abuse psilocybin, they revoke the license. So I think for an operator, their main issue is going to be working with the OHA, and probably less so than the local municipality, and making sure that they are being a good neighbor, because it seems like it's fairly easy for OHA to revoke the license. Councilor Burdick.
Well, I'm going to disagree with you three and potentially others. I don't know. I am not comfortable bringing this to our city right now. As everyone has stated, we don't know the full extent of implications. There might not be any negative ones, but there could be. This is a cash-based business, which we know can sometimes increase crime and so forth. And one of the things our community values is the fact that we live in a safe community. So I think there are too many unknowns. We're not saying you can't do it, because there's other cities around us. It's not as though it's not available in Oregon. So it's still available. I think there are just too many unknowns. It's not FDA certified. Again, cash-based. I still don't know, and I'm not sold on, if someone wants to leave, they can leave. I mean, I'm not fully sold on some of the protocols to keep people in the facility who might be having negative reactions or just want to leave or so forth. So I think there are too many risks. I don't support this all. I haven't supported it. I don't think it means I'm against people getting mental health. And I think that implication is unfair for people who don't agree with this type who's against that. But I think we have an amazing city. I think we can do a wait and see how things go in other areas of our state before we bring it into our city. So I do not support this at all.
So to clarify, you are not in favor of rescinding the ban?
That's correct. She was not, yes, on the third motion.
Not so much around the time, place, and manner. You just don't think we should
I
have
don't
it
think we
at
should
all?
have it all. So I'm against it
It's very
because I
clear.
don't think we should have it at all.
Thank you, Councilor Burdick.
I think we're playing with fire.
Did you have a?
I think I was just going to say that.
Oh, okay. Councilor Boop. Thank you, Councilor Lynn. Oh, you're on mute, Councilor Boop.
Okay.
There we go.
Like most of you know my position about it. I won't go as far as my colleague, Councilor Verdict, but I am very objective. This is science, and the use of these things, it's a very controversial. There are some safety concerns. There's some public health impact, because, it can lead to increased usage. Like I know I think the chief is here, like Measure 110, we don't know the consequences of all these things, that even maybe things that are happening in our neighbor towns or cities are due to the loosening of use of drug and all this stuff. And especially in the hand of people I really don't trust. I've been talking about this, and the reason I asked Director Namalu was if OHSU okayed this thing, because OHSU is the body of researchers that do things like this, that, I agree now that, we have at least, like to have this thing away from childcare facilities, away from, what the Planning Commission have done is very important because we don't know, honestly, or none of you know. There is none of us who is a scientist. There is no scientific research that's a peer-reviewed that said that this thing, we know that, yeah, some people say it's good for depression, for some mental health, but we don't have a body of research that says that they're not as a safety concern or as a problems on this thing. And for me, it has always been that problem, that I have. But, at least we did a ban, and now our work is, we are like trying to lift that ban. But still, we don't know that, the potential risk of psilocybin being misused or diverted for recreational purposes. That's my problem, or sold on the black market. When it comes, we don't control them. And this is where our police, when people say, oh, if our police can use it or whatever, it's where our police is gonna have a lot of work. We don't know. And I agree with the mayor that, yeah, we are selling alcohol. Alcohol has far more, problems that it can cause to human beings than all these drugs and stuff. But this is what, it doesn't mean that we do that we should continue also to put, more on the thing. The only reason I'm gonna vote for this thing is our city voted, the people we represent voted for this. And for that reason, I don't want to go against the will of the people. Vox populi, vox deis. That's my only, but I have my reservation. I disagree with all these things. People are, hijacking knowledge of indigenous people by people who don't even know this, that are, using this for their own interest. I've been telling that when the gentleman came here and say, the people who are using this, they're the indigenous folks who knew how they were using this in terms of certain ceremonies. We don't have evidence that these things will help, but, time will tell. I don't want to go against the will of our people who voted for this to be legalized, but I continue to think that what the Planning Commission, all the rules they set should be applied. And, and I would maybe only if I were to make a motion would be the first one and use the second motion, that we have to have this, like barriers, this, I don't even know that this can solve the problem, but, that's my belief that we have to be very careful, and I sympathize with Councillor Verdict. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mboop. Councillor Winland and then Councillor Raff.
Did we vote? No, I know we didn't vote. Did the public vote?
Yeah, on the measure.
On the measure to pass this?
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, so I just wanted to make sure that that was correct. I see a lot of good, deep questions and thoughts. On one hand, you're weighing public health, and on the other hand, you're weighing public health. And how do you differentiate it? Because this is cash-based, and I don't quite get the supplier part. Is the supplier part a controlled substance? In other words, those that are selling it, is it a controlled substance?
Yes.
And it's treated just like a drug? So it's monitored, they can't technically sell it to anyone that is not an authorized person, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the checks and balances on that, is it like marijuana? Because we certainly have rules in place for that, and a lot of our marijuana is going to places that are not sold to people with licenses.
Yeah, they have a whole section on the chain of you know, from when it's grown to manufactured to the waste, where that goes, and where the products are sent to. So they have to track all of that, and there's very specific rules and regulations through the whole manufacturing and testing process that are quite extensive. I can't
Right. Oh, no, no. I
recite them
wouldn't
off
expect- No,
off
I
my
would
head,
not.
but yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't need to. I think it's a new policy in time. You might, but and it's a cash basis, so there's no way to control it from a financial standpoint. Is that correct? Similar to marijuana?
Right. So it's a cash-based business. We do not know if this businesses will be treated any differently than, say, a marijuana business. So they have security requirements for how they deal with the handling of cash on the site. What's different is that at the manufacturing and service centers, I don't know how that's going to work, but it's not open to the general public. So it's you're not going to have people just walking in to those centers, and then how they handle transactions at the service centers, I would think would be the more possibility of crime happening, but that's just an assumption on my part.
Chief, do you see any holes in what's presented?
I think there was a lot of collaboration that went into the time, place, manner restrictions. A lot of the public safety issues, I think, were addressed. The one that we're talking about right now, being the cash-only business, is one of concern. We're kind of in that place where time will tell.
Okay. Well, my comment on this is that we've, under the Planning Commission, and I will say they did the same thing with housing, or what? Oh, with, what do you call it? The social model of Airbnb versus commercial rental, short-term rentals. It was interesting because they came in with so many regulations that it was almost impossible that anyone could actually conduct business. And so, I mean, and I think, but they're conservative, and I appreciate that a lot about the Planning Commission. I look at this as they put a lot of safeguards on, but I look at your map, and after all everything on there, there's probably 2 or 3 places where you might be able to open up a business. And so it's almost by, if we accept everything, it's almost by consent that we've not allowed them to be part of the business here. So I'm a little bit befuddled on what I would support and what I wouldn't. I don't think we should exactly say 0, but I'm not sure with the second motion taking all that out. Good. I don't know.
Well, you know, that the second motion doesn't contain any of the land use provisions, so it's the availability of where they can be sited comes through that first ordinance. And like I was saying, even with the 1,000-foot buffers around both schools and the daycare centers, it's very restrictive. You know, that's what kind of driving my thinking is it's already so limited, and then you add the 1,000-foot buffer between facilities, and you're down to
500-foot buffer between.
1,000 between facilities.
Was it 1,000 between?
And you're down to what I would say is, like Councilor Afghan is using, it's like a test period, you know? I mean.
And if once a license is granted and they have a location, we can't take it away, is that correct?
We could if they violated the rules.
No,
We
but
could
I mean,
revoke the business
if in
license.
3 years, like you said, we sunset this in 3 years and we have to review it and we don't think it's working out very well, we can't close them down, is that correct?
I mean, it's not been your practice when you change the zoning code, if a business has established itself legally, as long as they continue to exist in a way that was consistent with the regulations when they started, then you allow them to continue to exist until, and when they're gone, then they wouldn't be allowed to replace themselves.
But I think if you adopted new regulations, I think they would be obliged to comply with those if you later adopted new
But
regulations.
not if you increase the area where these businesses were not allowed.
Right.
You would allow, any business that legally establishes, we allow to continue even if we change the underlying land use regulations until.
Grandfather.
Well, yeah, it's a legally existing nonconformity, right? We allow those to continue until they cease operation, generally, right?
Yes, that is true. But for instance, if you adopted a regulation that said, they couldn't have weapons, you didn't do it now, but you did it later, then they would be required to comply with that.
But
when
that's
that
not a
became
land use
effective.
regulation.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
I think Councilor Corrigan, and then Councilor Raff and Councilor Afghan. Councilor Corrigan. Can you hear us, Councilor Corrigan?
Yes.
Okay.
Hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. So I'm sorry. I'm calling on a Zoom call from a very unstable connection in Central Oregon. So excuse the frustration in my voice, but I think that out of well-meaning, compassionate hope, we are heading down the wrong track. We're putting the cart in front of the horse. This issue is extremely close to my heart. I know many people who have suffered and are suffering from treatment-resistant depression and PTS. But my thinking is based on reading multiple studies. I have a science background and multiple personal conversations with people who have actually consumed psilocybin. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm kind of talking into a void. I have very serious reservations about bringing this to Lake Oswego to the point where I will support maintaining the ban and allowing the citizens of Lake Oswego to vote for this, because I do not believe that they. My concerns are that this is outside of our circle of competence. Everything that I've looked at, the studies are encouraging, but they're not large scale, they're not blind, and they're not using placebos. And I think Councilor Maboot pointed to this. The people that will be doing the facilitating are not, I believe the requirement is 40 hours. That's it. I don't think there's a requirement for a high school graduation certificate. So my concern is this is Measure 109. We all know what happened with Measure 110. It was well-meaning too, but we've learned the hard way that what was envisioned for that and hoped for has not materialized in the way that we thought it would. In fact, it's materialized in a very different way with regard to our ability to provide addiction services. This is very difficult thing to do. So basically, I want to summarize my concerns. I'm not even really sure it's compassionate for the people we're trying to help. Considering the conversations that I've had with individuals, this is not a guaranteed thing. This is going to help some people, and there are going to be some other people who are going to have a horrific experience. And I am not at all sure that the guardrails are out there to protect the people of Lake Oswego. I also think that the city of Portland will probably be able to provide these services for people who want to go on drive up the hill to Terwilliger or to Capitol Highway, and they'll be much better at doing this. They have more experience with things like this. They have a larger police department, and they're better set up to deal with this. The other concern I have was mentioned by Councilor Maboot, which is the issues with drug manufacture, and that is a business. It's a cash business that's subject to leakage, which is the potential for sales to others not within the system. And I think that also has the potential to create a really, really difficult situation for our city. We are the first state in the nation to approve this. I don't think Lake Oswego is ready to do this. I think we can we can learn from others. If we find that we need to do it, I think we can revisit it and do it. But I do not support it. I would like to maintain the ban. Are you still there?
Okay, yes, Councilor Corrigan. So we hear you loud and clear. We understand that you want to maintain the ban, kind of like Councilor Verdict. Thank you,
Yes,
Councilor.
that's my position. Thanks so much.
Thank you,
so much.
Councilor Corrigan. We'll go back to Councilor Reff.
So in light of, Mayor, what you said earlier about misconceptions about psilocybin, rumors, I would like to set the record straight, and I am no scientist, let's be clear about that.
We know that.
But a quick Google search of peer-reviewed psilocybin research, and it's significant. And the two #1 links are links to studies by the National Institute of Health and Johns Hopkins. So I just want everybody to understand there are many peer-reviewed studies on the benefits of psilocybin. The second point I'd like to make is I've heard a couple points made about we shouldn't do this because we don't know if it works. Okay, so I would argue that cognitive behavioral therapy doesn't work 100% of the time. Pharmaceuticals don't work 100% of the time. So to deny a treatment because it doesn't work 100% of the time, I don't buy that, and I can't allow that. So those are the 2 points I wanted to make. Thank you.
Councilor Afghan.
I think Councilor Rapp beat me to the punch because there are scientific proof that this does work in certain conditions, but it is not FDA approved. So that was said. The other thing is we are okay with an 18-year-old go buy a gun, but we're not okay with a patient who doesn't have any other option to get this therapy. And I'm having a tough time with this. This is a controlled, and pharmaceutical business doesn't have anything to do with this because everything has to be naturally produced. Pharmaceutical businesses cannot get into this business because they're all synthetic and chemical. So we can try to connect these dots to prevent us from going forward and doing something that is right for individuals. So if I have a mental health and I cannot get any treatment by any other therapies or medications, you are putting yourself in a position to prevent me from helping myself. And I don't think that's the government's job. I should be able to do anything I want with my body as long as I don't hurt anyone else or impact anyone else. And in this case, state of Oregon has put so much restriction on growing it and treating it, and now we're saying we have a fear of something happened that we can't control. Well, anybody who wants to use that direction, we should prevent everybody from driving. So let's not go to a place where we prevent people from getting the help that they can get. Remember, this is not insurance approved yet. So the people who are going to be using this are going to be so limited that I'm not even sure if a business want to come to Lake Oswego. So let's not take options and choices from people away. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Afghan. Councilor Raff.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to pass ordinance.
No,
I want to. Can we hold on a second? I would recommend, based on your deliberation, that you make sure that you separate all three. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think if you're going to amend the first ordinance, you might want to make your motion to amend before you make your motion to approve.
That's why I was going to make a motion to amend 2928. Cool.
Okay, go ahead. And then don't worry, Councilor, but we'll have discussion.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to amend 2928 to strike the mention of licensed healthcare facilities and remove the 500-foot buffer from businesses with liquor licenses.
I second that.
Okay. Now discussion. Councilor Boop, do you have a discussion? I'm sorry, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, no, yeah, my discussion was very simple. Like if in scientific research, when we say that they're not only 3 universities, New York, like John Hopkins, as you say, are places where they're peer-reviewed. People publish in a journal, they say there's not a lot of body of research on psilocybin. I understand you want to sell this, but there's no evidence. And the scale, when we do research, there's a number. If you have 3 people that you survey and you cannot have evidence that what you are doing is scientifically or statistically significant. That's why we say, I am not throwing away, because there are many people who have good outcome by using this medicine. But what I'm talking about is just like, first of all, we do not really have, when people say, oh, we have evidence that driving cars does not kill people every single day. There are accidents that happen with car, but it's not. We know that weapons that we use in America create mass shootings and are killing people. We know that those are evidence we have, but we don't know about psilocybin. We know that by legalizing all these drugs, we are having major problem in the health of our youth and of our youth population. We know that. These are facts we see in the street every single day. Like, the amount of mental issues in the street, it's not something that's come ex nihilo, that's not that, So my idea is like, I'm always gonna continue to support this, but I won't support the motion to strike anything that the Planning Commission has done, because at least we are taking some measures here. The only reason I'm going to vote for this is the population of Lake Oswego in their majority voted on this. But I have my reservation.
Yes.
And I'm waiting. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But we have to be also, like, we respect each other. I know everybody has their view on this, and yeah, and it's wonderful. But we have also to respect science, that we are not saying, oh, it's peer reviewed. That's not true. Like, there are only 3 universities that are working on this. The body of research is increasing every day. We know that. But it's not like we know that.
We hear you. We hear you on this point. We hear you on this point.
Yeah, but I have to continue to talk too, because this.
Well, you've made the point. You've made the point about the peer-reviewed articles. Do you have another point to make?
No, the point I have to make is you guys are for this thing. I am not for it. I have the right to continue to debate, to discuss, and to contradict what Councillor Raff is saying.
You've made the contradiction. We hear you.
No, I didn't. No, I don't think that I need to be told that I need to continue my discussion, because they talk and no one cut them or tell them that even though what they were saying doesn't make sense. How can we mix this with less than 500 feet? How can we say that it's not normal?
Let me toss this out to you, Councilor Mboub, because I hear you. I think the issue here is you say that you do support this use because the voters in Lake Oswego did vote for it. And I think the issue that we have with Ordinance 2928 without the amendments is a functional ban on the use. So to approve Ordinance 2928 without the amendments is a functional ban. No one will be able to open a psilocybin with all of these regulations, and we're not erasing every additional regulation the Planning Commission put on. We're just removing essentially the one most onerous, the 500-foot from liquor license, because there's so many OLCC licensed facilities in Lake Oswego that it would preclude anyone from opening a facility. And we're leaving a whole host of other regulations that they did add. It's still very minimal use. So if you do support having this use, then you should support this ordinance as amended.
No, I don't support having the use. I support the fact that the majority of Lake Oswego agree with that. And as their representative here, I agree with that, but I do not agree with something that, in my belief, as an intellectual, I do not think that this thing has been vetted very seriously to be put in the market. That's my view.
We hear you.
But yeah. And then that's why I would say that, yeah, if we can create more, if you can make it that we vet people and put them in check, I don't think it's bad. And I think I would want to hear the reason why they put the 500 feet.
Well, because it's in the record. They feel like people will leave the facility and are raging alcoholics and will go drink at the bar.
Yeah, and because we cannot mix those two things, we know that.
Thank you, Councilor Boop.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your perspective. I, as I just mentioned in my discussion with Councilor, I do support the. Does Trudy have her hand raised? Oh. That's fine. Again, I think that the regulations the Planning Commission put in place do severely restrict the use within the town, and I would hope that would mollify many of the concerns we have kind of stepping into these uncharted waters while still providing an ordinance that does allow for this use to exist, however minimal it may be. I do kind of object to the characterization that we should not provide these services to our residents, that we should allow other cities instead to provide them. I'm not quite sure what that means, how they would be better situated. I think we're doing our residents a disservice by having this, but I've made that point clear. Okay, is there any further discussion? In that case,
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, Councilor Corrigan, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am wondering, this has been extraordinarily difficult for me. I've dialed in more than a dozen times trying to speak. I'm wondering, given that Councilor Maboop and I are not able to be in physical attendance of the meeting, could we possibly consider deferring this until a time when we can both be at the meeting? Did you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
We're
certainly,
going to think about that.
Councilor Corrigan, this is City Attorney Ellen Osenak, and in answering your question, procedurally, that certainly could happen. I would point out to you that this ordinance is only a tentative approval, particularly on the land use regulations, which means that while you might not have an opportunity right now to, vote on these amendments in a more fulsome way, you certainly, both you and Councilor Maboop, will have the opportunity, if this amendment and subsequent vote passes the land use portion of it, you will have an opportunity on August 1st to, again, weigh in on the proposal. So to sum up, it is certainly procedurally possible. I know our calendar is quite tight to defer the entire vote, or as I've suggested, you certainly would have another opportunity to weigh in person on August 1st.
Yes.
Okay. I will be physically present at the meeting on August 1st. I do not believe Councilor Maboop will be. And I think this is an important enough issue that it deserves a clear understanding between the councilors. And I can't even get a picture of the map that you guys are working from. It would be extremely helpful to me in making my decision, but I'm unable to at this point. So that's the reason why I'm asking for the deferral.
Oh, Councilor Corrigan, I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, all of that is in the packet that you have. It's in the packet.
Right. I understand that, but I'm having technical difficulties that I will describe to you when I see you in person. But it's been extraordinary. I can't even connect to the packet where I am. So it's just really different living without Wi-Fi or a cell signal. I have the best intentions, but
I hear. Well, we always do prefer if all councilors are present at the meetings.
Yes, if we could do that, I would be very appreciative. I don't know how Councilor Maboop feels about it, but it would be very helpful to me. Thank you very much for that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you, Councilor Corrigan. Okay. Yeah, let's we'll take the vote.
Mayor Buck.
Yes.
This is the amendment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
With what I was talking, the motion.
We will read the motion again, Councilor Boop.
Yes,
And with
please,
your
yeah.
edits. With your edits, your
Yes.
amendments. Go ahead. Yeah. could you
Okay,
read it again?
Councilman, this is what we're doing. So this is just for the land use, so 2928. And we're striking the mention of we're striking the reference to being excluded from being in the same building as a licensed healthcare facility, because it is a healthcare facility. And then we are striking the 500-foot buffer requirement from liquor licensed businesses. Just those on 2928. So I think you can go now.
Okay. Mayor Buck was a yes. Counselor Corrigan?
No.
Okay. Counselor Wendland?
No.
Counselor Mboop?
No.
Counselor Verdick?
No.
Counselor Rapp?
Yes.
And Counselor Afghan?
Yes.
Okay. Motion does not pass 3-4.
So is there, to those who voted against, is there anything you could change with that motion that would change your vote? Really looking more to you, Councilor Wendland, because the other two are completely opposed to the whole scheme.
Whole thing.
No, I think, Mr. Mayor, I think I would vote the whole motion if we leave it the way it is. Because like you say, there will be, Director Namoru said that there will be places where this business can be put. We have to make restrictions for something that like I think, the commission, the planning commission did their due diligence. They work on this. We should let the motion, not like the first two motion. We read those first two motion and we make a vote.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Mboop. Councilor Wendland.
I guess my hesitancy, and I agree with Councilor Corrigan that maybe it's not time for us to be prime time, the first ones on the block to do this. That's where I'm hesitating. And I'm hesitating just from the standpoint of implementation of new things in Oregon have not gone according to plan, and philosophically it sounds great, but I don't know. I think I'm hung up on the execution and whether we can manage it correctly. And that's where I'm, I guess, in the kind of, philosophically, yes, I'm in favor of helping people. Philosophically, if it's it would be a lot easier for me to say if this was a controlled substance through the pharmaceutical or through an area that there was more known manufacturers, but this is all a startup, and that's what I have hesitation with. So, and I guess that's where I'm.
So you're more hesitant about the whole thing, not so much the time, place, and manner.
Correct. Yeah. And I agree with the time, place, and manner where the Planning Commission has worked pretty hard. I think it's a little bit too restrictive, but it has the right intention to protect different people in Lake Oswego. And so that's where I guess I'm at.
Okay. So. Well, I'll make a motion to tentatively approve Ordinance 2928, direct staff to return on August 1st with final version of ordinance, including findings and conclusion for LU 23-0001.
I'll second that.
I mean, I do agree that these, I mean, I hear a lot of hesitancy from our colleagues. I know that Councilor Afghan, Councilor Raff, and I are not on that same page and see this as something beneficial, but an incremental step forward is better than no step forward. And I do feel like this is restrictive, but I also appreciate the fact we can review it. And if we are hearing from businesses that it's so onerous that you can't even open a facility, then that's something we can look at down the road. So, any other discussion? Okay, let's take the vote then, please.
Mayor Buck,
Yes.
Counselor Corrigan,
No.
Counselor Wendland,
No.
Counselor Mboot,
No, you're muted.
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Verdick,
No.
Counselor Rapp,
Yes.
and Counselor Afghan.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3.
Okay. Yes.
I would like to make a motion to, where did it go? Tentatively approve ordinance 2933 as written and direct staff to return on August 1st, 2023 for enactment.
I second that.
Okay, any discussion?
Just for my
Yes.
own notes, I just want to clarify that the motion on the table is to approve the non-land use ordinance. All right.
That was my intention.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I do not support the non-land use ordinances. I think these are unnecessary and just impossible for the city to enforce anyway, or otherwise already provided through Oregon Health Authority regulations. Councilor Raff?
I concur 100%. I mean, I don't want to put more stress on our city staff and police department for things that are, I'm a small government guy, so it doesn't make sense.
Okay, any other discussion?
Me? Yeah, I don't
Councilor
think that I don't think that we are gonna put any burden on city staff by accepting what the commission has decided what the commission recommended. There's nothing like, the only problem actually is to accept this thing. The chief is here and knows that by using a cash business, that's where our police might have a lot of work, but not on this matter where we are regulating. So I agree, with the motion to approve Ordinance 2933 as recommended by the commission and direct staff to return on August 1st.
Thank you, Councilor Boop. Is there any other discussion? Okay, Ms. Linder, please, we'll call the roll.
Mayor Buck,
No.
Counselor Corrigan,
No.
Counselor Wendland,
Yes.
Counselor Mboot,
Yes.
Counselor Verdick,
Yes.
Does Councillor Corrigan understand what we're voting?
You cast your vote.
No, I don't. I'm so sorry. I do not. I have now dialed in 14 times to attend this meeting. Cut me a break.
Yeah. Don't worry, Councilor Corrigan, just one second. We'll continue with the roll and we'll come back to Councilor Corrigan.
Counselor Raff,
No.
Thank you.
and Counselor Afghan.
No.
Yeah. Let's just take a,
Motion fails 3-4.
Well,
hold,
Wait.
wait 1 sec.
Oh,
You're just checking the,
Councillor Corrigan, do you understand your vote?
No, I do not. Can you help me?
The vote for this motion would to
Just
ensure-
one, yeah. I think she understands
Ordinance
it now.
2933 would enact additional requirements for this ordinance.
Councilor Corrigan, we're just, Ms. Osenak is checking
that will be-
the rules. Just one moment here. You're good. We're just going to take a brief recess while we look into this. Attorney Osnack had a chance to review rules of procedure and regarding misworded vote by Councilor Corrigan, and she's going to review what we can do.
Yeah, Councilor Corrigan, thank you so much for this challenging parliamentary question that required me to look at Robert's Rules of Order. And I'm so sorry for the connectivity problems you're having. The rule is that a member, that means you, has a right to change your vote up to the time the result is announced. In this case, the results were announced, so the second rule applies, which is that if the body, you all, unanimously consents to grant a change allowing Councilor Corrigan to vote, you can do that. That is a motion, though, that the unanimous consent, it has to be granted without debate. So you may not debate on the dais whether or not the merits of granting it. But if there's unanimous consent, then Councilor Corrigan can change her vote.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Osnack. With that, I will move that we allow Councilor Corrigan to change her vote.
I second that.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 I saw aye, and I saw, any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, then the motion does not pass unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of clarification. I'd like to know the ORS statute, which supersedes anything for Robert's Rules of Order.
Thank you, Councilor Wendland.
Yeah, that is correct, Councilor Wendland. The state statutes do trump Robert's rules, and I did not look at the Oregon revised statutes to see whether or not they were the same as Robert's rules.
Right.
I'm going to come back to this after your break.
I'll change my vote. Yes, it's okay. It's okay.
Do we have to vote for you to change your vote?
Oh, really?
Well, I did announce the vote.
You didn't announce it.
Well, fresh motion.
Fresh motion.
I move that we allow
Okay, let her
Councilor
vote.
Corrigan to change her vote. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, now, Councilor Corrigan, how do you vote? Can we just do it that way? How do you vote on the motion to tentatively approve ordinance 2933? Councilor Corrigan.
No, she's on. Trudy, can you hear us? Okay. Can you speak up a little bit louder?
Yes. Yes, and thank you. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
We hear your vote. Thank you, Councilor Corrigan. Okay, thank you. Ms. Linder, what is the result of the vote?
Okay, with Councilor Corrigan changing her vote to yes, the motion passes 4-3.
Thank you very much. And now I'll move to direct staff to return on August 1st, 2023 with an ordinance repealing Ordinance 2903. All right, any discussion? Okay, we'll call the roll, please.
Mayor Buck?
Yes.
Corrigan? She just dropped off.
She's gone. Yeah, she's gone.
Winland?
Yes.
Imboot?
Yes.
Burdick? Councilor Raff?
I can't hear Councillor Verdict.
No.
Okay.
Councilor Raff was a yes.
Yes.
And Councilor Afghan?
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes 5-1.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That was a discussion where we did not all agree, but everyone handled it very well. Thank you for working cooperatively as a group.
We're one team.
Thank you, Director Dumalu. That was a tough first one, and thank you, Chief, for being here.
Thank you.
We are going to take a recess, and we will be back for the study session on the library visioning.
How long?
Maybe 10 to 12 minutes. Oh. Okay. We are back. We're back in order. Thank you, everyone. Do we still have Councilor Boop and Councilor Corrigan on the line? Just for the record.
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, well, we are now going to move to our study session this evening, which is on the library visioning process, the findings and recommendations. I'm pleased to welcome Director Kelly, a library director, who is joined by J.R. Clanton.
Thank you so much for having us, Mayor and councilors. We're very pleased to be here today. It's just an honor to serve as the library director, and I'm very pleased to have J.R. Clanton from Barry Dunn with me today to present to you all. So first, I will just very briefly review what we're going to cover today. We'll very briefly review the goals of the visioning project, the methodology for the community engagement outreach work that we did, an overview of the engagement findings that you received the preliminary information about in May, and then we'll go into more depth on the vision framework that you haven't yet been presented with, as well as the final findings and recommendations from Barry Dunn and team. And then we'll go into the staff analysis of the service models and recommendations, and then talk about some next steps. And hopefully we'll have a really good discussion and receive some direction from this wonderful group of leaders of our wonderful city. All right, so again, quick refresh on the background of the project. And there's more background. The background goes farther back than this. Many of you are aware that there's a history of community efforts to expand our current facility or at another location that date back to 1988. And the attachment listing all of that previous work was provided in the council packet. But just recent history here, in 2022, council set a goal to begin a process to address the long-term facilities needs of the library, and staff and library advisory board developed a scope of work for a community visioning process to support council's goal. And then the city hired Barry Dunn, a consulting firm specializing in library community engagement and strategic planning. And Barry Dunn joined with Ruth Metz Associates, Buffalo Cloud Consulting, and Henneberry Eddy Architects as key partners in the process. And then we were before you in December to present the proposed engagement process, which council approved. And then we proceeded in 2023 under the council goal to lead the visioning process and implement a strategic plan based on those recommendations. So again, excited to be here with you today to continue reporting on that project and see where we're going from here. The project goals that we defined were to create a shared community vision for the future of our library, to understand residents' current and future needs for library services, facilities, and amenities, and to determine the library's role to address community challenges and emerging needs. And at this juncture, I'm going to pass it over to JR, and he's going to review the next few slides with you.
Thank you. So I did present to you all virtually. It's fun to be here in person and actually get to interact with you, or at least see your reactions as we go along. So I'm not going to go into a ton of detail about the things I already covered. The main point of this slide is to emphasize that this was a multifaceted engagement, community engagement effort. And it was really focused on hearing from both users and non-users throughout the city. We made a lot of efforts and worked closely with staff and community partners to make sure we were reaching everyone. And we had virtual options, multiple in-person sessions, passive information gathering points, as well as active ones. So this was the final tally of all the engagement we had, and it's a lot. We're particularly, as an organization, particularly proud of the level of engagement we had. We've never had this many people respond to a survey. Almost 3,000 people taking that online survey is just an incredible response rate. It's the most we've ever had by far. 100+ people being interviewed, key in-depth interviews. These are interviews that went anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour and a half. A lot of time and effort went into not only having these interviews, but then processing all of the data from it. 4 focus groups, again, to make sure we were reaching targeted populations. We wanted to make sure we were getting age demographics as well as geographic areas of the city. we also held community forums, 5 of them throughout the process at different locations and virtually, to inform the community about the project, what was going on and what our preliminary findings were, as well as to get their feedback. Oh, and then finally, the community task force. That's really the heart of this effort, and that's what I'm going to go into a bit more detail with you on, is because the community task force, representing all the representing a wide swath of the community, different interests, different ages, different demographics, different locations, they helped us process all of the information we received and then helped us develop a vision that can help guide Lake Oswego Public Library going forward. So you saw a similar slide to this when I presented a couple months ago, but here's the final tally. And the main point of this slide is people who responded to the survey represented a lot of different neighborhoods. And so there wasn't a single neighborhood option available to people in the survey that wasn't selected at least once. In fact, the one at the bottom, Skylands, was selected 8 times. So it just gives you an idea of who's responding to this survey in terms of where people identified they lived. So again, engagement findings. I reviewed this in a lot of detail with you all a few months ago or a couple months ago. The key thing is that I would emphasize here is at the end of the day, when we tallied up all of the different responses and we prepared the report for you, the initial findings are corroborated by the complete data set. Community challenges that are listed up there are similar to the ones that I presented earlier, as well as the roles and, the access barriers. So in terms of community preferences and priorities, I'll be going into this quite a bit because there's some common themes here that you'll not only see in the engagements, but then you'll see in terms of how these engagements were processed by the visioning task force, as well as Barry Dunn's consultant recommendations. But people are looking for a library that is close to them, that is near to them, that has spaces for them to gather, as well as for their needs. So they're looking for, for instance, when we talk about children and teens, they want spaces that they feel welcome, that are unique for them, that have things they want to do. Right now, the current teen space is a section of a wall, and the children's area is in a basement. And so these are the types of feedback that we're getting. Also, I think another thing that's really important here is the fact that collections are still very important to this community, but there's also a strong desire for strong virtual and continuing to enhance virtual offerings and electronic offerings. So as we continue, we'll be addressing a lot of these themes throughout the document.
We're gonna move on.
So this is really one of the key outcomes and deliverables of this process. You have in the packet that you all received, the report, you have about 90 pages of pretty intense review and analysis of data we collected from the community. But what do you do with that? How do you make that into something that's actually useful to you all? And the way we did that was developing what we call a vision framework. And we developed this collaboratively with the community task force. This group met 4 times and really took it upon themselves. They took the charge of how do we process all of the information we're receiving, couple it with our own experiences, and then the conversations that we're having as a group in order to develop a collective vision for the library in Lake Oswego. And that's what this document does. You have a full copy of the document in your packet, but I'll review some of the highlights now. So these are the framework identifies values. These are what are important to the library. It's the why it does what it does. So for the people talks about it's a library that's for everyone. And this means that it's close to where people live in the community, that it's something that they can access. It also means that it's a place that people feel welcomed and it's inclusive. The collections represent the population that goes to this library, and it offers services that are important to the people that live in this community. Learning Hub for All speaks to the library's role in educating the population. And it's not just educating children, it's educating lifelong learning. And it's all the different programs, collections, and services the library provides that promote this concept of lifelong learning. Leader and Innovator speaks to the value of the library. We don't necessarily know what's going to be expected of the library 10 to 20 years from now, but we do know that whatever is expected of the library, hopefully it is flexible enough to do it, and it's innovative enough to implement those technologies, services, and collections that the population is demanding of it. It was a little bit, let me rephrase. It wasn't long ago, computers in libraries was a big discussion, right? Should computers be in library? Then it was, should they have internet access, right? Can you imagine what libraries would look like if back in the 90s that decision had gone the other way, right? And I can tell you that I can imagine that in the 80s and 70s, nobody was anticipating, or very few people were anticipating the level of importance computers would have in the library. And so a really oversimplistic description of that debate and process, but the point being, we don't necessarily know what will be expected of the library, but we know that it'll probably be something we're not anticipating. And so hopefully the library is set up in a way to adjust. Thank you. Community Builder speaks around, and this was a really key finding of the library, so I want to emphasize it. It was that the community identified the library, that it was an important place to actually build community. It's where people can find their identity, and they can find an identity with Lake Oswego. They can come together and form a cohesive identity around issues or around what's important to them in this community. And it may not be that there's total agreement on every single issue, on every single thing, but there's going to be overlaps on different types of items. And the library can be a place where we can have those discussions, we can have those programs or events, and it's a place that people can all of a sudden feel a connection to Lake Oswego they otherwise wouldn't have. You can see these types of things happening in different types of facilities or places throughout a community. And I think a library is a very natural place for it to also happen. And it's definitely a major component of the vision for Lake Oswego Public Library to be a place people identify with the community of Lake Oswego. And then finally, cornerstone of civic life is it kind of goes hand in hand with Community Builder when it speaks to specifically the democratic values. And we start talking about where do we go to get information and have discourse about topics. And the library can absolutely be a place for both trusted information as well as discourse on whatever issues are important to the operation of the democracy. So then the next thing the vision framework does is it actually lays out some concepts that are important for the future of the library. It's in the section called Preferred Future. Again, you'll see common themes from what's been in the engagement. You'll see common themes from some of the elements and the values. But these are important to the community, and they're important to the community task force that developed this framework. So again, inclusivity, incredibly important. It speaks to not only feeling welcome and having a welcoming atmosphere, it speaks to ADA accessibility. It also speaks to proximity, having facilities that are proximate to the residents who live in this community. Again, a community hub supporting lifelong learning, all the things we just talked about with lifelong learning, they want to see that in the future. Trusted source in a changing world, it really speaks to that being a place that has impartial and true information, and that people know that they can go to the library and get access to true information. Modern collaborative facilities, this speaks a lot to some of the deficiencies that currently exist with the current library, as well as speaking to the kind of modern services people are expecting from libraries. People want meeting and gathering spaces in their libraries. They're places that people come to not just to read books, but they're places people come to hang out, to experience things, to gather and spend time with each other, both people they know as well as strangers. And so,
JR, can I jump in here
Yeah,
for just
please.
a minute? Just wanting to add to
Yeah.
something you were saying and thinking about the conversation that took place at the task force meeting. And in the context of the school system and supporting how the students are learning, it's really important for the library to have those spaces for collaboration. So that was brought up by a number of folks on the visioning task force, and I just wanted to make that point extra clear. Thank you.
no, absolutely. And it speaks to wanting it, like Melissa says, to have a place where people can actually go and do those things that people want to do at libraries that currently they can't do at the Lake Oswego Public Library.
And the intergenerational collaboration was also a key point in our conversations with the task force.
Absolutely, yeah. And then again, that leads right into this concept around the people-oriented learning ecosystem. A place that people feel comfortable, a place that people can go into and have the spaces they need, and a place that's been designed to like have people in them enjoying the space. And finally, in terms of a catalyst for a resilient, thriving community, again, this speaks to the participants in this process really provided feedback that they view the Lake Oswego Public Library as something they can rally around, identify with, and really forms that community connection. And so then we talked about what are the desirable library attributes that they want. So this speaks to what they want to see in the library. So much of what's mentioned here is related specifically to the physical building, because it's really getting down to what do they want in their library. And they want convenient multimodal physical access for all residents. And so this speaks to both proximity, having a library that's accessible to them because it's near them. And it also speaks to, again, if I'm a disabled person or if I'm a person who's struggling to feel welcome, I'm able to access this library. I'm able to feel welcomed in this library. In terms of the concept around ample, flexible, and sustainable spaces with ADA compliance, this also speaks to making sure that the spaces that are created within the library that there's flexibility in what they can be used for both currently and in the future. So not building gigantic, beautiful architectural brick walls in the middle of rooms so you can never do anything else with them, but actually designing things in such a way you can have flexibility in the future. And then environmental sustainability in the design, as well as the implementation, was also important. Finally, I think it's really important to point out that people also, in addition to wanting physical library, they really emphasized virtual access in the electronic library. There was consistently feedback for easier to access website, continued investment in ebooks and e-materials, as well as continuing to enhance those services and collections. So there's certainly a demand in this community for both.
And JR, can you also speak a little bit to the mobile services?
Yeah.
Because I think that is part of the multimodal physical access, as well as the other ways that the library can get out into the community to where the people are.
No, absolutely. So, and thank you. Yeah, so it comes down to you need to get out to where people are. And so multimodal speaks to the mobile library, the Rover program, as well as other potential things such as service outposts, book drops, things like that. In particular, when we did a focus group with the senior community, they were incredibly grateful that the mobile library would routinely come and visit their community because it provided such an amazing service and access to their residents. So it's just one example of how important it is to have not only physical buildings, but also a way to reach people and reach residents where they are. Mm-hmm. So these are some of the key findings. I presented these to you last time, so I don't want to go into the same level of detail around them, but I do think it's worth a high-level mention. The first one is just this library is loved in this community. People have high regard for it. They really appreciate it, and they have a lot of positive things to say about it. From the feedback, the universal accessibility is a strategic imperative. You have half of the community that really doesn't have great access to this library right now. The people who are near it right now have amazing access to it, but there's an entire western part of the city right now that does not have that same proximate access. Sorry, I need to drink some water. The middle one is that topic I've mentioned multiple times now, but it's really viewing the library as more than just a place to gather books. It is a place that the vision identifies as a way to achieve that community cohesion and resilience. It's a way to form a community identity for the city of Lake Oswego. We talked about expanding the location and the footprint of the West Side residents being important. But even with that, the current library is going to need renovations and upgrades to both meet 21st century service expectations of the community, such as meeting spaces, creative spaces, places for children and teens, those sorts of things, but also just more fundamental stuff. It's an old building. It's going to need updated systems. It's going to need seismic retrofitting. So there are just some things that are coming down the pike that are going to be necessary regardless of what you all choose to do. And here's just a map of the city, and I think it's good to point out, the star is where the library is currently, and it's really serving, it's serving that community well. Because of the shape of the city, a central service model doesn't really work. You know, if the city was just a giant circle without a lake in the middle, you could put a library in the middle and potentially have one location meet your needs. But you have people on the western side of the city who are 20, 25-minute drive from that location. And when you're getting feedback that talks about one of the biggest barriers to accessing the library is the fact I don't have enough personal time, all of a sudden you're talking about an hour time commitment to go and visit the library for people who are already saying they don't have a lot of time. It's just one example of a barrier. And so I think the map is just a good, obviously you all are quite familiar with what Lake Oswego looks like, but I think it's good to have in the context of this discussion to really see. Yeah. So that's the vision framework. That's the major report we wrote for you all. You have a ton of detail within that document that you can go and look at, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have related to that outreach and the engagement process. We also took it a next step and just developed very preliminary recommendations as a consultant team, and then in collaboration with Lake Oswego staff about what we would recommend as kind of next steps given all the feedback we received. And so the core of it's 3 distinct service models, A, B, and C. And it's really about enhancing the services and spaces that exist within the library, as well as increasing the proximate access library residents have to library services in Lake Oswego. So Model A, this is the model recommended by the consultant team, and it calls for an addition of a second full-service library in the city. You renovate the existing library with everything that needs to be done, but then you can also provide modern amenities at both libraries and also have sufficient collection space at either library. These libraries, like I said, we think this is the preferred model because it really gives the same breadth of library services to all of the city. It doesn't just have a chunk of the city really having access to the great library services and the other part of the city not. And then that creates the community cohesion and helps contribute to that community identity we've talked about a few times now. For Model B, this says, well, okay, so maybe we can't afford or for whatever reason do 2 sister libraries. So we'll go with replacement of the existing library with a larger, more centrally located facility, but it's going to need to be supported by serviced outposts and mobile services. There still is going to have to be an effort to get library services near the rest of the community so they can have at least some level of improved benefit. You would have a lot of the same modern amenities that are being asked for. And then you would also, again, continue to emphasize also having great collection spaces. And then improved parking and pedestrian access. We talked about, when I was reviewing community engagement with you all a couple times, the feedback we received in terms of inadequate parking and lack of pedestrian access. Model C calls for renovation of the existing library, and again, so not building a new facility, just renovating the existing library, and then relying on strategically located service outposts and mobile services to serve the rest of the city. One of the things that I think is important to note with this model is, yes, you could add some of the modern amenities that the community is asking for, such as cafe spaces, educational play areas, those sorts of things, more meeting space, but you would have to do so at the cost of the collection. So at this point, you would have to reduce physical collection size, and the physical collection remains one of the most important things people are appreciating from the library. So regardless of which one of the models or variations thereof that you all choose to pursue, we listed a very basic next steps that we would recommend you follow to explore these options further. You have to develop preliminary cost estimates, and you have to detail what you're thinking would be included in these three models in a bit more detail. You have to continue with public engagement to both get their impact, to get their input on the model, as well as to help generate their support and to generate community support for this. Once you get to that point, you need to start looking at what your funding options are. You need to do some serious polling of residents to really support, to measure their support for it. And then again, you have to align what you're proposing with what the community is saying they both desire as well as what they'll support.
Before I continue on and go into the staff analysis of the service models, does anyone have any questions for JR at this juncture about, yes? Thank you.
Nice to meet you in person, JR.
That's nice to meet you.
I think we also talk on the phone. If I'm not mistaken, you did the interview with me. I have three questions. One is, when you interviewed me about what are my thoughts about the library, I suggested that we go talk to some college students and get their perspective of what would a library look like. I don't know if you had a chance to do that. A no answer will be just fine, but if you did it bring in a new piece of information? That's one question.
Yeah. So I don't recall interviewing specifically college students. We did interview community partners, and I believe we had a college representative on some of those interviews. And we had discussions with some people who were connected with the colleges.
Okay, thank you. The other question is, I noticed you talked about the west side of the city, but not the south side of the city. So as I was looking at another star over here, what happens to the south side of the city? Do we still have the same challenge?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
It's very much like if you think about, though it's not life or death, it's very similar to how you would plan for fire stations, right? You know, you start looking at response times. You say, where do we have to put a fire station in order to get people to a house in 6 minutes?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Director Kelly, it's the same kind of question. I think the last time you were here, we had school district also presenting, and I asked that you coordinate with them and get some perspective from the high school students. Were you able to do that? And if the answer is no, it's perfect. But if you did that give you more different perspective for what they think?
Great question. We have gotten on the list to be at the back-to-school nights at, I believe, 6 of the schools this fall. So we will have the opportunity to be with different age groups of students, elementary, middle, and I believe at the high school level as well, so that we can get that additional feedback. We did have an interview with our teen advisory board for the library, and we have some really active members of the library advisory board, our youth members, that have been providing a lot of feedback throughout the process and have absolutely provided very key insights into the needs of students, how the library can support their journey through the school system and through life. And I definitely just really appreciate the youth liaisons on our advisory boards.
Heads up, I'm going to be asking you the same question next time you come.
Okay.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hopkins. Councilor Windland.
Could you share with us, thank you, I think this is the first part, and we'll get into more of the staff recommendations. From your consulting experience, I figure you're all over the country and you see what things are happening. I think we define a library differently today and moving in the future, but do you have any examples or other communities that have taken city services and not just looked at the library as a singular entity and combined other perhaps services in the same building? I mean, what are people doing that are sort of, I would say, out of the box thinking to get us moving towards the next 50 years?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the most important thing for the library to consider, any community we work with, is the community has to identify what roles they want the library to play. Because that's what the biggest variable is everywhere you go. People have different expectations for what they want from their library. You can look around the country and you can find 1,000 libraries that are providing 1,000 different services. And every one of those services is unique to what the community is demanding of the library and important to the community it serves. But it doesn't mean that it would work for you all in Lake Oswego. So I think some of the areas you're seeing the most diversity in what libraries are offering are really coming down to the social services realm. You're seeing a lot of variation in how people are expecting libraries to connect people to social services, all the way to do libraries provide social services. So that's where I think you see a lot of the variability. You're also seeing libraries starting to get into special events space, outdoor education space, and so you're starting to see some overlaps with what's traditionally been either community events, special events, or sometimes parks and rec type services. In terms of plans, that I've worked on, I worked with a major community in New Mexico that has a joint community services department. And so I think the most important thing in those elements is that the services that the library provides are unique and need to be still maintained uniquely. But there are places where they're overlapping with other services, or that partnerships make sense for them to be communicating.
Right. So more than just books. I mean,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I mean, you've laid that out, but I mean, it's expanded way beyond the scope of what a traditional library sort of stereotype is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Thank you. I'm going to continue on. Thanks again, JR, for presenting those slides. Feel free to jump in if you want to add anything to what I'm about to share. So I just wanted to share that after reviewing the findings and recommendations from Barry Dunn, staff did additional analysis of the service models that included developing more detailed concept descriptions for the models so that we could, such as envisioned square footage, amenities, operating hours, and staffing levels. Again, we didn't go too deep into those details at this point in the process, but had to go at least estimate to some degree in order to generate write the feasibility estimates for you all. So we did that. And again, put together operational and capital feasibility estimates. We also were assessing the strengths and weaknesses of each model with regard to what we heard from the community in this process, their needs and their vision for the library now and into the future. And based on the high turnout of participants in this process, we definitely feel like we have a solid sense of what that vision is. And I think the investment that a community makes in its library reflects the community's values and vision that the community has for itself with regard to intellectual life. And I also wanted to just briefly share from the recent Public Library Association report on public library services for strong communities, and there was a lot of correlation with what we found. Libraries are a cornerstone of civic and social infrastructure that support strong communities. The results show continuing strengths in core areas such as literacy, education, civic engagement, and public access to information resources. So again, core values for our community. The report also noted that lack of investment in infrastructure hinders services and access, and 40% of library buildings have not undergone major renovations in over 2 decades. So again, correlation with us. And for libraries that have renovated their public spaces in recent years, a focus has been on creating or updating programming and meeting spaces, suggesting a continued orientation towards libraries as vital social hubs and learning centers. An investment in that infrastructure and staff is critical for libraries to continue to provide the broad range of services that support strong and resilient communities. So it was cool to see that correlation with what we heard in our process and what our community is looking for. So providing that framework before we jump into the service model concepts here. And JR did describe those a little bit, A, B, and C. And as staff looked at and assessed those models, we also identified a variation of A that we're calling A2, as opposed to A1, which is 2 sister-sized libraries. A2 would have 1 main library, the existing library being the larger, and a branch library. Model B is 1 main library, a new library, and a larger library in a different location, and C is remodeling our existing library. So our community engagement results highlighted that continued focus on providing collections and programs, adding 21st century library services and amenities, and future-proofing. And JR talked quite a bit about what that idea of future-proofing means, designing for flexibility with regard to future changes. Again, I think that really ties into the values that were identified by the vision framework by the community task force, providing those spaces that facilitate those important values for the community. The desired amenities include a cafe-style space for gathering and studying within the library, educational play area for children, reservable study rooms, a flexible multi-purpose meeting and event space, maker space, updated technology, and an improved teen area and outdoor space. So we'll talk a little bit more about the different models and how they set us up for achieving that vision and the strengths and weaknesses there. I also wanted to, again, highlight what JR shared about the desire for proximate access across the community. I know that's something that I've been thinking a lot about. And although our population size may not dictate the need for 2 locations, the geographical layout of our community does seem to be pointing to multiple locations as a desire. I'm just thinking about the 2 high schools that we have here in the community as another example of that. So these models attempt to, as JR said, strengthen our ability to deliver those services. So Model A2, again, 2 sister libraries really delivers on that vision. But the operational and capital feasibility estimates that we're about to see will show that that is not really an affordable option for us at this time. A2 provides a smaller second facility than in Model A1, but still provides proximate access to West Side residents, which the consultants identified as a key component to achieving the vision. And the additional square footage that A2 would provide, along with the current building, would allow for new amenities and collection space between the two. Model B provides the needed size for a full-service modern facility to serve our population and at a lower operational cost per square foot compared to models A1 and A2. But the capital cost estimate shows that this model is also likely to be out of affordable range at this time. It would also be politically challenging, from my perspective, to pursue this model given the number of visioning participants who expressed opposition to vacating the current facility. So if council does want to explore Model B, staff recommends a roughly 3,000 square foot outpost be located near downtown Lake Oswego to satisfy residents whose current quality of life would be changed by the relocation of the main library. It should be noted that one bigger library cannot be accommodated at our current site. Model C is the model that keeps us at our current site and remodels that facility. It would provide the least square footage and access, limited new amenities, and would require a reduction in collection size. And so for those reasons, it's the least desirable option in terms of what it offers to the community. But with the recommended add-on of a staffed service outpost, it would establish a service point in the southwest side of the city and move us in the direction of the community's vision with the lowest capital and operating costs. And so here's another way to look at those service models and what is included. Again, a recommended add-on for the models B and C, which are a main library model as opposed to a dual library model. It's recommended that there is an outpost add-on considered to those models in order to create that proximate access across the city. And that service outpost is envisioned to be approximately 3,000 square feet with a small service point, holds pickup, popular browsing, and a multi-purpose space, and of course, restrooms. We always need restrooms in the library. With regard to renovating the existing library, which is a component of Model A1, A2, and C, seismic retrofitting is a crucial need, and improvements to parking and pedestrian access are also recommended. So we recommend, and the consultants also recommend, a full architectural assessment of the current facility with designs for modernizing and adding amenities. And that will also allow us to understand the full cost for that renovation. The current site is ideally suited for a smaller amount of traffic, such as a branch, as opposed to a main library, in my humble opinion. And all of the proposed models are supported by a strong mobile services and virtual services. So mobile services, currently we're providing the Rover pop-up library. We are also hoping to receive a grant that will help us to purchase a all-electric bookmobile to expand our mobile services to the community. We have applied through a grant program and we'll hear back end of September. This model also includes unstaffed kiosks, and there's many different variations of what those kiosks could be. And I think there will be a lot of interest from our community in having both hold lockers available to be able to pick up materials that they have reserved in closer proximity to where they live, as well as book vending machines or different types of mobile units where folks could go and basically check out a book from an unstaffed kiosk, as well as more robust virtual services. And again, models B and C strongly recommend that they're supported by an additional outpost that would be staffed. Because of course, staff provide so much service and support to the community. And it's important for the community to have access to staff as well as to resources. Staff are a huge resource for folks. So now it's the time to talk about the dollar amounts. Based on the general content descriptions, we have reached out to a number of experts in the fields of library architecture, construction management, local commercial real estate, et cetera, to pull together some estimates for you. So the average cost per square foot for new construction is $850 for this type of a project. So we've used the range of $800 to $900 in calculating our feasibility estimates. Average cost per square foot for renovation is $600, so we've used a range of $550 to $650. Soft costs, we've assumed 30%. 20% is more typical, but given some of the variables of this project and some of the costs that might be associated, for example, with the hold lockers and other services and materials that would be considered soft costs, in talking with the project construction manager experts, they felt that 30% was in between 20 and 30% is what they recommended. And in order to provide you with numbers that will hopefully we would not ever exceed, I've gone with the more conservative, higher number. Contingency of 15% and an escalation of 6% per year. Average cost per square foot to purchase land in Lake Oswego, we're estimating at $76, and the average base rate to lease property, $42 per square foot per year. So here we go. So A1, using that range, using the two ranges, in fact, because A1 would include building a new library, purchasing land, and renovating the current library, they would range between $77 and $91 million for the capital costs. A2, between $45 and $60 million. And notably, costs for a leased variation of A2 would be less, only modestly higher than the cost for C. Model B, again, the cost for that model would include land purchase and a new library build of approximately 60,000 square feet, which definitely, when you do the math, it sure is a high number. It does assume sale of the current site as part of Model B. And Model C includes costs for the remodel of the current library. Models B and C would also include the option for a leased outpost, so that would add approximately $500,000 to $1 million in capital costs for the tenant improvements to lease that space, plus the additional operating costs. But for example, in Model B, I'm getting confused with all these A, B, and C, as I'm sure you are, so please bear with me, and we will get through this. Model A2 has the variation for a leased space, and again, that would bring the cost down, the capital cost down, because you wouldn't be purchasing land or building a new library, but the operating costs would be ongoing, would be higher because you would be paying for that lease. All right, so I think I've covered all the important things there. Proposed operational cost ranges for the models would be ranging between $3 and $3.5 million for A1. Again, that would be adding a sister library, so adding about 70%. Yes, thank you. That is in addition to our current budget.
These are annual?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is based on looking at FY 27-28, so looking 3 years ahead to potential estimating, maybe that would be the year that we might see these increased costs, potentially depending on the direction that council wants to go in. But again, adding a sister library would add about 60 to 70% to our operational costs, which would be about $3 to $3.5 million additional annually. For A2, it would be between 1.3 and 1.9 million annually. For Model B, between 1.75 and 2.15 million. Model C has the lowest operational cost because it would be a very modest increase of staffing. It would be adding about 1.5 FTE in order to provide bookmobile services and take materials out to all of the the outposts, for example, the hold lockers or the book vending machines that might be put in proximate locations around the community, strategically located. And here's another way to look at that. Look at those costs for the models, looking at capital costs. You can more easily see the spread there, and then the operational costs as well. So staff recommendations, the most feasible models are models A2 and model C in terms of the financial costs for the capital and ongoing operating costs of the models. A2, I believe, is the most politically supported, most viable based on the findings of the visioning process, because it does provide access to the southwest side of the community, and as well as maintaining access to the current library. Model C, alternatively, is a feasible option that staff recommend continuing to explore. Adding a service outpost option to C would, I believe, increase the support and appeal of that model, because again, that would create that proximate access to the parts of town that currently have a long distance to travel to physical library spaces. Model A2 is preferred over C in terms of its service offerings. It provides greater access, more square footage, more amenities, and a larger physical collection. Model C is the least desirable option in terms of offerings. It doesn't increase square footage unless that outpost is added, but that would be, again, minimal increase in square footage. Only a few top priority amenities could be added at the expense of the physical collection. And again, it could be supplemented with that staffed outpost to expand access. Just going to pause and share that in talking with the Library Advisory Board and the Visioning Task Force members, if money was no issue, Model A would be ideal, right? Of course. It has all these desirable features to it. But there's costs that we need to think about as well, and when we're thinking about that, how to move forward. So the Library Advisory Board supports the models that deliver the most access and service offerings to the community. When I shared a preview of this presentation with them, they were concerned with Model C and asked me to share that. It makes them uncomfortable as a long-term solution. They don't feel it goes far enough to address the visioning input, not enough value for the money. They thought the addition of the outpost made it more palatable, but it's still their least preferred option. And the community task force, when they had looked at these options, they weren't nearly as developed. They didn't have any costs associated, but the task force said, yeah, if money was no issue, we agree. Model A1 is what the community vision is saying the ideal future for library services is, but again, money is an issue that we have to look at as well. So that is why staff are recommending that models A2 and C be explored further, and that we develop more detailed concepts and cost estimates for those and return to council with that information in the future, so that you would be able to continue deliberating these options. And finally, in discussing these recommendations, the Library Advisory Board revisited a book that they had read as a group in the last couple of years, Palaces for the People. It's how, and the subtitle is How Social Infrastructure Can Help Fight Inequality, Polarization, and the Decline of Civic Life. And it's really about libraries and other social spaces and their importance in communities to do all of those things, those warm and fuzzy things that JR was talking about, that the vision task, the vision framework spells out. Libraries, similar to schools, provide that social infrastructure, but they do it throughout all the stages of life. It's free for everybody to come and access library spaces. And again, Library Advisory Board just thought, hey, as we are thinking about the future of our library, they really wanted to be able to get a copy of this book to each of you. So thanks to a donation from our Vice Chair of Library Advisory Board, Pat Walls, the Library Advisory Board has purchased a copy of this book for each of you. So we'll pass that out at the end of the presentation. But I think it provides a lot of really powerful examples that emphasize the value of libraries to create, in the words of the task force, a connected, collaborative, creative, resilient, and thriving community. And I do even want to counter something that JR said about it's not life and death. Well, if you read this book, you might think differently, because it really talks about how important libraries are truly to people's survival in climate change type of situations. And in so many other ways. You know, libraries are a safe place for learning, for community building, and for continuing to grow and move forward as a community. So, I'll get off my soapbox again.
Can I ask a question? If
Yes.
So the task force, they did not, you know, what everyone agrees, you know, on the task force side, the input side, that if money's not an object, you know, A1. Okay, but knowing that money is not, so they did not like option C. Did they have a more feasible option that they did really prefer?
Not that I recall.
Oh, all or nothing.
Yeah. I think they were understanding that this would come before council and that there would be direction from council on how to move forward.
Okay.
And the group was not formed in order to make a recommendation to you all as to one of these models.
Curious if they.
But we definitely wanted them to weigh in on it, and I'm very interested to receive direction from you and then report back to them on that.
Was there to drill down to with some of the feedback that we learned through this process? You know, the location is a big deal. We hear in like multiple ways. So I heard a lot of that. You know, there's a real need for more services, more centralized to the population in the town, but then also a real apprehension about moving the main service out of. So can you help us understand that a bit better?
Yes, I think I can. And I will say, and JR, feel free to jump in, because I know you were deep in the analysis of all the comments. We received some contrary comments about that. Many folks expressed not wanting to leave the current site, expressed the value of that library, that it has a lot of life left in it, that it is a very important part of the lifestyle, you know, for folks in this area of town. But there were also a number of folks who didn't feel that that location was the ideal location.
Were there some geographic patterns to those responses? Are they what we would expect?
Yeah.
Okay. Which is understandable. Well, I mean, is it neighbors who live close versus everyone else? Yeah.
But I think there were even folks who are not proximate to the library who expressed it's a great library.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would say there's a thriftiness. You know, we all want good value, right? And I feel like the community really sees the value that library provides.
Yes.
And they don't want to lose that. They just want more access for the folks that don't currently have proximate access to all of the great services that library provides.
Well, for certain, the building itself, it's a part, obviously, is, you know, the library, but I think that the folks within it, you, director, and your team have done such a good job endearing folks, you know, to those services and being such a strong community partner that you've really strengthened those bonds in a very, very significant way. So I see how conflicted folks can be because they're so endeared to what you've created while understanding the limitations on the physical space itself, but sometimes it can be hard to distinguish, you know, between what the emotions are telling them, you know, because of that strong connection to the library. But that's just a great thanks to you and the library team for all of the great work that you've done and all the work that you brought out through this visioning process, which has been extremely informative. And we see just through the wide amount of people that have participated in it. And I know you work in towns of all different sizes, so I was very shocked to hear the most participation. I mean, that's really noting something. So it's a very significant part of the community. And to people who are new to the community who have been here a long time, you know, is kind of an icon in a way. So we know people's attachment to it. There's no easy way to, you know, to reconcile that. I'm wondering if, you know, I'm thinking of other, you know, other kind of opportunities we have circulating around town and connectivity intersects with lots of them. So as we've been building out the LORAC and facilities near Lake Ridge High School and working to make the community more accessible, the idea of, a circulator around town. Well, we've talked about that for a long time, but even more recently, it's circulating again. How can people who are, especially seniors, others who don't drive, and just to make it easier to get around, so seeing a way that there may be other ways than multiple different outposts to connect people with the services that maybe we just don't have in place yet, but are certainly conversations.
Yes, I know the circular came up across multiple age groups. I think a lot of youth were interested in that, as well as seniors, in the conversations that we had.
And then those conversations just kind of draw you back to, well, where are, having our civic facilities located then throughout the town centers is critical. So the circulator isn't, traveling deep into the neighborhoods and this, because, it needs to be efficient. So I think there's ways of, really listening to the vision framework, that came out of this, and ensuring that the future library achieves that proximity to other community organizations and civic functions, I think seems to be a critical component. And it's a hard discussion. I mean, it's a hard discussion because of the long time location of the library in one specific place. But the information that I'm seeing here, presented, really is kind of, to me, very loud, that we really need to seriously look at how we can assimilate a library function more physically connected, to the population center and to other community functions as well.
Yes.
Which could be a big part of how we end up paying for the whole thing. Okay, I just want to make those comments. Council, and I just want to really thank you and the library for leading this whole process again.
Well, thank you for setting the goal that led us here.
Well, and then, so to my colleagues, and we have, Director Kelly is here for, obviously, to answer questions and JR and all that, but it is important for us as a council to have a discussion amongst ourselves too, and really kind of decide how we want to proceed with this. Okay, Councilor.
Director Kelly, JR, thank you. This is great. It's great to see the work and what the community is asked for. The only thing I would say is really to us, I don't think we can ask, I don't think it's fair to Director Kelly, her team, the consulting team, city staff, to move, unless, it's not fair to them, for them to continue any of this work unless us as a council can come together and figure out, are we comfortable sending this to the voters to fund? Because if we're not, then it's not fair to them to continue this work.
That is the question.
That's the question. So I think amazing work. It got us to where now it's kind of we need to make a decision. Are we all comfortable? That's a conversation we need to have. That's the only step I see in front of us, is having a real heart-to-heart with ourselves of, are we willing to ask the voters for this money? So.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilor Wendland and then Councilor Boop.
I want to echo a great thanks for everything that you guys have been doing and the whole team. And I think it shows that our community is engaged. And they always have been, and it took us 10 years to figure out how to put this library on the same spot. So, I mean, go through the history. So we're not a very decisive group on innovation and getting, according to the history, the library was too small after it was built. I mean, after it was remodeled. And so the Councilor Rapp's comments and Mayor Buck, I'm not really in favor of Model C, because you're just basically remodeling I don't think we're solving anything. And so it's going to take large discussions, and not tonight. We're not going to come up with something, but I do think that we need to have a bigger discussion and find out more what the appetite is for money and so on. It was interesting on the feedback. Some of it was definitely about adding services and things like that of a physical nature to have the space to do it. But I was interested to see where a number of people really enjoyed the services or needed more service from the standpoint of the mobility part of just the checking out books and almost having them delivered like Amazon Prime, sort of. I mean, but it's free. So and getting those books back and having convenient locations of having spaces around town that either are, when you say an automatic or a self-service, are you talking about maybe having like bins around town that you go and you pick up your books that you requested?
Yeah, there's a few different models. Some are more like a red box. Others are more like it's been described as like a refrigerator door. Like you use your library card to open the refrigerator door, take whatever you want out, and when you close the door, it checks those things out to you. Magic of radio frequency technology.
Right.
And then there's also hold pickup
Right, the whole pickup,
type of
which I
system. So
think-
folks could request a pickup location at, I don't know, whoever we're able to partner with. I have a lot of ideas of where we might be able to locate some of these things, but they could say, hey, I want to pick it up at, I don't know, let's say the maintenance center was able to host one of those.
Right.
Then they could go over and punch in their library card number, open, like you would for an Amazon
Right,
delivery at one of their hold lockers around
Box
town.
B6.
I think,
You open it up and, right.
yeah,
that's
I
it.
think there's a lot of the same back-end technology that's being used, so it would be
Right.
familiar to folks. And then they would expand access, to 24/7.
Right.
Be able
Which
to get
was another
materials.
thing that some people felt our library wasn't open enough hours. And I know we're open 56 hours during the week.
It's 54 right now.
54
Mhm.
during a 7-day week, which is that's not a lot. When you think of almost libraries, people probably want to be there from all kinds of hours and so on. So I guess there's both the big picture capital project, but I think we need a plan also to get us up to date from some of the services that we offer, that maybe integrating in some ideas that may help shape some of the service levels. If we provide more kiosks or whatever you want to call them, mobile library services, we can get a better idea of use and so on, because it seems like the community space, we don't have any more space at the library, so we're going to have to come up. And then if you build 2 libraries that are the same, I mean, do you emphasize kids in the children's library in one, or, I mean, do you have 2 mediocre children's libraries, or do you have one?
Oh, yeah, those would be
robust-
some challenging decisions to make in the future.
Right, I mean, if you have 2 equal, or if you have a satellite, I think there's pros and cons. The total presentation recap of your report that you made has lots of specifics in it, and I think we need time to analyze that a little bit more. But I'm looking at not giving you any direction A, B, C, D tonight, but I think we need to look at it later, because I think we need to digest more of this, and we need to have a more robust discussion. I just don't think I can say, go jump at one of these models yet. And I'm not saying that it's going to be 3 years before I say, let's talk about it again, or 3 weeks or 3 months, but I think, I guess I'm not prepared until we do some more homework as a council to really find out what our appetite is. So,
Thank you.
anyway.
Thank you, Councilor Wunland. Okay, Councilor Boop.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Kelly and your team. I really appreciate your work. I am the liaison to the library, so you know what I mean, that I support them. Because I know the work they're doing, and I know that the library follows an accredited library. It's 3 a.m, guys. That's why I'm kind of tired.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So it follows the accreditation, like the standards, what a library should do, and every we went through all those standards. It's a great library and a great place. I visited with Councillor Wendland. We went and visited city around, Portland, like Hillsborough. And I mean, wow, we cannot compare because they're 3 times bigger than our city in terms of population, but they have 2 libraries. One that's the traditional one, the ancient library that they turn into a modern hub, but the big center is a real, very beautiful and functional library. And I think we can have a library of that kind. I visited in Paris last week a library, the Georges Pompidou, and I saw like you can even charge your cell phone. They are like some kiosk where you can put your cell phone, put a code, and just leave it. It's and all as features that when I saw that, I thought of Director Kelly. I say, wow, she should see that and things we can do. So I really support the project of building a new library. The problem, is like Councilor Wendland said, the money, and also should we change the library from where it is, or to build another library that's centered, in the center of Lake Oswego that can serve all the people. It's the ideal thing to do. But, we have to put it into the voters. And I think with the people who participated in all this visioning, I think we have the support of the population to bring something to them. What it is, I think the library board and all that should give us the final idea. They decide and say, this is what we want you to support. Like I saw many people who are against option C, and we even start receiving people writing onto that. So I think then it's the 2 options that are left, and we see the cost, $91 million. It's a lot of money, but it's worth it. It's a learning center. It's a learning place. Lake Oswego deserve more than that. It's like we didn't have a skate park. Now we have it. We cannot go to other places where our library needs to be changed. It's old and it's not really a modern library. It has to change, so I just agree with Councillor Wendland that we should think more but we have to make a quick decision in the coming council, either in August or after the recess. We have to decide something and bring it to the population, because we deserve to change it. This library does not reflect who Lake Oswego is. So thank you though for your work, and I support everything you folks recommend.
Thank you, Councilor Mboop. Yes, I think we all, I think all of us probably recognize, let me just toss something out here, and I know that Councilor Afghan and Councilor Burdick, you have your hands raised. Recognize that we can't continue on just the current path, that we have heard that loud and clear. And it is also true that right now we have an immense amount of large capital projects underway, including the city's largest ever, the wastewater treatment plant, the LORAC, the golf course, and none of which are yet complete, some of which have not yet been started. So I think a lot of us, I don't want to speak for everyone, but we're feeling very heavy with the weight of a lot of our current financial obligations, and I think with the current financial environment, I think the community in general is feeling very heavy with these years of steep inflation that we are now. They're sort of leveling off, and maybe they're going to go down, maybe they're not. The high interest rates. There's just so much going on right now. It feels very uneasy to move, or it be a little almost maybe silly to come out to the voters with another large project with so many in the works at this very moment. At the same time, we see that we have these other processes, other planning other planning efforts underway that may be synergistic with what we're trying to accomplish here and may be able to help us accomplish it in a way that leverages community partnerships and to leverage some of the, for instance, the development that we're doing in our town center. So we're about to embark on an update to our urban renewal plans. And we know that the school district is having a conversation on how its next bond is going to look like and conversations around their facilities. And, how can we envision a library? How can we take the information that we've learned and wrap it into these conversations that are forthcoming, that are near term, to be able to, like I said, leverage those other funding opportunities and leverage those partnerships to take what right now on this paper seems extremely not anywhere near the realm of possibility and make it a reality for this community in a way that continues to enhance a lot of the partnerships, bring more proximity, and really just continue to build on all of the good things that we've learned out of this process. But it would be an evolving process, so we continue to get input and work as a community to decide what will eventually the community really support. And how can we do it in an efficient way? And how can we do it in a way that leverages our business community, that leverages our school community, and that leverages a real connection with our neighborhoods and other services beyond the nuts and bolts of the library, like you're talking about, that's really going to allow, not just right now, but in the future, an expansion and continued evolution of the library. And that may not be just a standalone. That may be something that really is a more dynamic facility that might require being co-located with other similar civic functions and really being becoming a real center point of the town. Yeah,
I think that definitely speaks to the vision of being that community hub.
Right.
And
That-
just
yes.
being a partner with the community, which I'd love to do.
That is option D. We've added an option. Okay. Councilor Afghan.
Director Kelly, I'm going to ask a couple of questions, then give you my general thinking, and then let you know which option was most attractive to me.
Okay, thank you.
How old is the existing library?
It's 40 years old this year.
And during the last 40 years, has there been a repurposing of any of the areas within the building?
To some degree, yes. We've definitely made changes along the way as collections have morphed and changed and needs have changed. I would say primarily, and I've been with the library and with the city, I think, for 8 years. 8 years on July 27th, so yeah, I'm coming up here.
Congratulations.
So, some of this has happened in my time, but quite a bit.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you what I believe happened. But I know that the library has expanded its collection space significantly in that 40-year time. And we have, again, grown the collection as the community has grown and demands have grown. For example, when the Library of Things collection came in, we had to make a number of changes to our space to be able to bring that service in. But given the layout that we have in our library, there's not a lot of rooms. It's a large open space. So we've made some changes. Certainly over those years, we're constantly changing things with regard to where collections are located and how spaces are operating to best serve the public. And we have done some remodeling, but it's been very minor. We haven't added a lot of spaces or moved a lot of walls generally.
My opinion, whether it's right or wrong, my opinion is that the last 40 years, what the library staff has done is put more stuff in there.
Yeah.
Because there's more stuff out there and not so much repurposing. So that's my opinion. Which is not bad, by the way. So you read a paragraph about connecting the community to their libraries. And I agree 100% with what you read. If money was no object, I would say we need to have 4 libraries, 2 on the north side and 2 on the south side.
Yeah, I'll partner up with all the fire stations.
Yes. That goes back to what Mayor Buck said. Maybe we need to have
Repurpose the fire
functional
stations.
buildings. But money is object, and I don't know what the library is going to look like 40 years from now. And I'm not in the camp of having another building and putting more books in it. So I may come across as flip-flopping on you right now because I said our communities are dependent on our library and how they look like and how the quality of life is. But I'm telling you, I don't want another building that we can shove more books in it. So of all the options you have out there, none of them were attractive to me, sad to say. What I don't want to make a decision on is sitting here 20 years from now and say, we didn't look at the technology, we didn't look at what the technology would look like 10 years, 15 years from now. We didn't look at sustainability. We didn't look at transportation, and we just made a decision to add another library. What I want us to do is, what should it look like 20 years from now, 30 years from now, and then decide how we're going to get there. So from the sustainability point of view, I don't want to print any more books. I want everything to be digital. But that creates another challenge because people now are going to listen to it as opposed to reading it. So I don't think I have enough information to make a $120 million, by the time we get done, it's going to be a $120 million decision to build our infrastructure, library infrastructure. So I think we need to do more homework before we talk about option A, option B, option C, regarding what would a library look like 20 years from now.
Okay.
And spending a lot of money right now, I don't think is wise, but how do we research that doesn't cost a lot of money? That's what I'm thinking right now. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Afghan. Councilor Burke.
Thank you, and thank you for all this work. As you know, I too have served on the Library Advisory Board and love the work that you all do and everything the library provides. I think it really does help serve a lot of lifelong learning for many of our community members. So thank you for all the programs, which I'm always amazed when I learn more and more. And I'll try not to, repeat, because I think the mayor really took a lot of what I was thinking. And I, for one, like print. I like the tangible. So I think we're still going to have a need for tangible. I don't think everything's going to go. And I'm very much into the sustainability, but there's also importance of the tangibility. And I think it gets very tricky. And I agree that we need to look at what are we going to need in 20 years and 30 years and so forth. But it's also very hard to envision, because who would have thought too long ago that we'd be watching movies this way? I mean, I can remember in the early 2000s hearing, oh, we're going to be able to watch movies on their phone. I'm like, why on earth would you want to do that? And now what do we do on the planes? We watch our phones. So that's a tricky one. But I do think it's worth, trying to come up with some of those things. I would like to see us really consider being extraordinarily strategic in how we think about what this looks like in the future. And I don't think we're going to come up with that overnight. And kind of to what the mayor was alluding to, I think we need to be really creative and say, where can these partnerships exist? Where does this location exist? I actually think we're probably best if we have one location that's in a better area of the community. And I love this library, so I don't say that lightly. But I do think a lot of the love for this library right now is it's got this fantastic small town feel, neighborhood feel, which is great, but I think it's not serving more members. And I think we could really grow our library usage if we have something more central. Where that is, I'm not exactly sure. What that looks like, I'm not exactly sure. And that's where I think, again, that strategy. I don't know that we will need 60,000 square feet, in the future. Yeah, I look at that number, I'm like, I'm not sold on that number. I think we could have one library that could be smaller. I went with you to Milwaukee and Vancouver, and actually, I thought Milwaukee's was more in tune to what we might want as a community than Vancouver's multi-story library. And so that was a case where smaller was actually, I thought, would fit our community better than larger. But I think it's an opportunity to be very strategic. I think to your point, like, how do we, at the same time, if we have one location, make sure that we're serving the entire community? So I love the ideas of these book drops, or, can we have it where different stations throughout the community where you can say, oh, I can go there and pick up my book tomorrow, I can drop it off, kind of having those services, continuing with the bookmobiles and bringing the library to our events. And I think, and again, I'm sorry, I think I'm repeating a little bit of what the mayor was saying, but really creating or working with our other areas of our community to create this community hub. And I think that might be, do we have our library close to some of our parks, some of the other, activity of where are the communities coming together? So we're just expanding on that. This is a place where the community comes together, we learn together, we celebrate together. So that's kind of where again, it's not one thing, and I don't think it's something that I would say, again, that we're ready to say, let's go put a bond out right away, because I don't think we have enough clarity. And I think, again, all the reasons that were said already by my colleagues, I just think we need to, I don't want to move too fast and then look back and say, what on earth did we do? But let's be really strategic so we have it, we do it right, and we do something extraordinarily amazing. Then I again, thank you for everything that you guys are doing and that you do, and for everything the library does. So I hope you hear this message with a lot of support.
Yes. Is now a good time for me to say a few words? Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I just wanted to address a few comments. Councilor Verdick, what you were saying about the small library feel, I think that is why the recommendation for 2 libraries came out, because then we would be able to provide the square footage needed to provide the collection space, as well as the space for people and technology, but with that smaller feel as opposed to one larger feel. And Councilor Afghan,
Hold on, I'll push back and say you can't have a bigger building and make it still feel cozy. So.
You can.
Yeah, no, I think I'm trying to agree with you on that. And I hear your comments, Councilor Afghan, and I think clearly we need to do more work to be able to address your concerns. But I also do feel that this process did outline what the future vision is, to what extent we can know what that future is. We know that there's going to be a lot of changes in technology and changes in how people use the library, as has been the case for the past 40+ years. We know that there is a need for more people spaces in libraries. So that's what I see for the future, is that the collections remain a strong component, and there will be changing formats, certainly, as we have seen. We started with books, and then there became all of these additional formats for media, and now the media is changing and becoming more streaming, and we are certainly seeing an uptick in digital usage, but our physical collections still continue to be the most desirable for all age groups. We definitely heard that from young people, so that's one thing I want to dismiss. If there's any thoughts that young people only want digital materials, that's not true. They want physical materials. They want physical spaces to gather and collaborate and learn. So I think that's what the future of the library is yes, there's collections, but there's also spaces where people can play a board game from the library of things and collaborate about a project that they're working on and then take it into a makerspace and do a prototype. There's a lot of really cool, people-centered things that are going to be happening in and it's not only in the future, it's currently in libraries that have been renovated with these services. That type of activity is happening. So that's what I see for the future, and I agree with you. I wouldn't build another library and fill it with materials. What we need is those people spaces. We have a really strong collection, and I think we heard from the community that they want that strong collection to remain. They don't want it to get slashed they don't want the collection to go to create the people space. They really want to add the people space that they see as very important for the future, and I think that it aligns with what we're seeing in terms of the trends. And then finally, I'll say, I visited a lot of libraries. I've talked with many library directors and leaders that are, showing off new projects, and almost all of them have a 20 or 30-year story of how hard that community worked to get there. So I'm just going to say I'm not surprised. I mean, this work has been going on for many years in our community. As I said, in 1988 was the first time that a community task force was formed because the current facility was already feeling tight, and multiple studies have been done recommending that we need additional square footage and additional space. So not to say that that timeline is starting now, but at the same time, this is a really big process, and my goal in supporting the council goal that you set to address the long-term facilities is really to see what that future vision is. So I just want you to know, I don't think this is going to be an easy, quick, like we're just going to put it on the ballot and it's going to get passed. It's not, I don't envision that being the path either. I think it's going to be, of course, that would be wonderful, right, if all of those stars aligned. But we now have a vision for the future that we can navigate toward.
That's right.
And so that is why the staff were recommending models A2 and C, and certainly we're hearing direction from you on if there's additional models to consider, or if we're not ready to move forward with that work. But the reason that staff were recommending those models is because they do address some key components that we heard from the visioning process to expand our delivery of library services and move us toward that vision in an incremental way, which I think is likely how we'll have to proceed.
Melissa, I hate to interrupt you, but I actually don't think you heard council say no to A or C. I think what I heard was there's more variables in the universe that they want to consider.
To meet those
And I actually think that the problem is that A, B, C, D it's too constrained, right? I think that what I heard is there's a little bit too much. I grew up in the era of chaos theory being a good thing. So there's a little bit about too much chaos for them to say this is the right path, or even these are the two paths we want to consider. I think B might still be on the table. It may not be 60,000 feet, but what I heard the mayor say, and I see nodding over here as well, as the school district's considering their bond measure, let's talk to them. And I also heard Councilor Wendland say, and let's think about a multi-use kind of facility, and where else could that be? And we're going to be exploring urban renewal in Lake Grove again. We're going to be talking about urban renewal in Foothills. So I think this is actually, we're not ready. I'm sort of surprised, but we're not ready to narrow. We want to keep some conversation going. So I actually think this is good news. And I think that we ought to go back at the staff level and sort of say, okay, what are the opportunities to explore where the library fits into different projects and different planning efforts that are going on? Exactly. And also, how do we contemplate that as also a financial tool? I also hear, and I had the same reaction when I saw some of the numbers, $91 million.
Me too.
that's double the cost of this building. I mean, more than double. That's really high. And so maybe the time to really be talking about plowing ahead isn't yet. Maybe we want to go slow so that later we can go fast. So I think you're on the right track in terms of like, we're going to continue to persist. But I actually think what I heard them say is, actually, there's more options that we want to talk about rather than fewer. So let's not narrow yet. Let's think about that. One of the things I want to say to all y'all is, and it's why I make the big bucks. Yeah, right. But I actually heard good news.
I'm going to start off with you with the comments.
I just heard, no, I'm not a policymaker. I just listened to you. I heard a little bit of this happening. So that's, I think, what happened here. But I do want you to know that as we do the community survey this fall, I do think that we want to ask you to ask the community some policy questions around the library. Because I do think as we engage some of these other projects, we need to know where the library fits in with our thoughts. So I actually heard good news.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you've got a supportive group. We're just, we're still in the molding stage. I mean,
Still in the molding, yeah.
We have not, I don't think we're anywhere near making a decision because there's just too many parts in the community that we have to put together. But I will say that the field trip that we took, which is fun to spend time together in a van, and Melissa's a great driver, and going on a field trip with snacks, I mean, we were taken care of. The big part is that you get to see what other communities are doing, and you kind of start to get some other ideas in your head. And even just having the conversations of programming and what do, we went, I was on the Hillsborough one with I don't know, there's 6 or 7 of us. And one of the things that we found is that we went to the original library, and I have to say, the one that they have, their big library is pretty massive, but it was like an industrial or office building that they converted. The original library that they put money into was put next to the community center, next to a park. And to me, they had it right 40 years ago or 50 or 60 years ago when they first built it. I mean, they brought the community together and each component played off of each other. And it was, to me, I mean, now it's not going to serve 100,000 people adequately with the library because it's only, I don't know, what was it, 15 or 18,000 square feet. But conceptually, that's more my vision is how do we put all the parts together? And that was one of my questions of what else do you put together with libraries?
Yeah.
And that's the functioning aspect that we need to figure out as a community, because I think the synergies of what we need can be combined a little bit into a vision that we can all support, we can get support in the community to do. So look at this as being very positive. We're just in the confused stage at this point.
We appreciate it. And I will say, what was really helpful to me was really reading through, I mean, your staff report thoroughly and studying it, and it has lots of good information about, what the future library may entail. And like you pointed out, I mean, technology really is fleeting, no matter what, but it's those connections that stay true. And already, like technology that everyone thought restaurants, like everyone's going to love robots, and already and everyone hates the robots. Like, don't have robots. And everyone thought, well, we'll have a look at the menu on the phone. And people are like, well, no, we hate that. We want the paper. So, I mean, that was like in a year, in a year's time, they're done with the robots. So, we have to focus more on those connections than just what maybe the technology of the day, because especially today, I mean, that's just like, changing constantly. But it's the relationships that strengthen the community. So, okay. Thank you. And thank you, City Manager, for synthesizing the comments. And thank you, Director Kelly. Thank you, Jared, for being here tonight. We really appreciate it. Great work. And we're looking forward to continuing. We will continue.
All right. Well, I look forward to continuing to talk with you about that and how what work we can do to support getting more information for you.
It's very exciting.
To keep going towards aligning this plan with the community's vision and your support. So thank you again for your time. I really appreciate it.
And thank you to the Library Advisory Board and the member who bought us those books.
Oh, yes, and we're going to pass those out.
That's so nice.
And Kent and Ed from the Library Advisory Board were both here, but then had to leave before my turn. But they were just letting you know that they
don't like 18-hour city council meetings? Oh my gosh, I don't know why.
Apparently not.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Great, we really appreciate this.
Thank you, Nell. Passing those out.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, JR.
Okay, yeah. We're doing
Information from council.
Information from council now. Councilor Afghan.
Mr. Mayor, it wasn't informational, it was council business, and it's two items. One,
What that means.
City Manager Bennett, your team did an outstanding job with the 4th of July parade. My compliments to every single person who was participating, volunteering. This was a great event, and I've noticed every year there are more spectators that are coming to town just for our parade. So compliments, thank you. Second one is Parks and Recreation has done an outstanding job with the music festivals. And it's orderly, it's fun, people come from neighboring cities. I met so many people who came from as far as Troutdale to participate and enjoy what we have here. So compliments to the Parks and Recreation team.
I'll pass that on. I will say, I'm not sure I'm listening to any Tom Petty anytime soon after last week's concert, which I could hear from my own backyard, so.
Yes, well, dare I say, the 4th of July laser show was rather psychedelic.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The other item for council business is we sent out a draft of a letter. There was a large community letter sent to Clackamas County regarding the majority of the commission's proposal to defund the Office of Equity and Inclusion, and every single one of the members of the Lake Oswego City Council signed on to that community letter. So I started drafting a letter to the council just as the mayor, kind of explaining what we're doing and trying to depolarize some of that issue, and really just give an on-the-ground perspective as the largest city in Clackamas County of how we're utilizing that work and how that decision may impact us. And then recognizing that every single one of us has signed on to the community letter, I thought, well, we may all want to add our names to that letter. So I just wanted to provide that opportunity if you all agree to add all of our names to that letter. Yes. Good.
Send it around, yeah.
Okay. Well, we did. We said okay.
Oh, it is sent?
We sent it. It's in your email. It came from Kim.
Oh, well, recently.
It's very good.
Yeah, it's very recent.
You'll love it. You'll love it. Okay.
Good.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We will do that and send it off. Manager Bennett.
Just to let y'all know, I'm going to a conference starting tomorrow in Pendleton, where they took an old middle school and repurposed it into a city hall and library space. So I'll go check it out again. Actually, I've been there, so, but
Take
anyway.
pictures.
Yeah, Megan will be pro tem.
Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone, for a great and warm end to the meeting. We are adjourned.
Good night, Ms. Sen.
Good night, Ms. Sen.
Or good morning.
Yeah, go have a yassa omelet.